Chapter 1243. Yi Shiwen heard the order to stop, but he didn't have the slightest intention to stop. He directly punched the second brother of the Gui Bian duo. Boom! With a muffled sound, the already seriously injured Gui Bian duo was directly killed by Yi Shiwen's punch. His eyes were wide open until his death. He couldn't believe it, and he was unwilling to believe it. It was actually such a situation. He was actually killed by a guy at the 4th level of the law phase realm, even if he was seriously injured. This was not logical. Yi Shiwen didn't pay attention to his incredulity and instantly snatched the desolate blood holy fruit. He also snatched away all his belongings. The Gui Bian duo had an illustrious reputation, but they didn't have a lot of wealth. They had just reached 200 million spirit crystals. But thinking about it, although they were powerful and robbed a lot of people's spirit crystals, in this place without spiritual energy, they could only rely on spirit crystals to cultivate. Although they didn't consume as much as Yi Shiwen, with their strength at the peak of the 8th level of the law phase realm, their consumption was not much different. It was not easy to save 200 million spirit crystals. You, how dare you? The eldest brother of the Gui Bian duo looked at Yi Shiwen in exasperation. He pointed at Yi Shiwen, and his huge body trembled slightly. He suddenly had a feeling of anger. They had been brothers for thousands of years. Their relationship was deep to the point that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Now that he saw his younger brother die in Yi Shiwen's hands, his eyes were already red with anxiety. There was still some disbelief in his heart. How is this possible? Even if my younger brother was seriously injured, he was still at the peak of the 8th level of the law phase realm. Yi Shiwen was at the peak of the 4th level of the law phase realm. The difference was too big. How could this be? Yi Shiwen didn't care about the eldest brother of the Gui Bian duo. In the past 3 months, although he didn't have the time to enter the 5th level of the law phase realm, in terms of combat power, he could even fight against some experts at the 8th level of the law phase realm. He wouldn't be easily defeated. This was also the fundamental reason why the Gui Bian duo couldn't catch Yi Shiwen after chasing him for a month. Now that the second brother of the Gui Bian duo was seriously injured, his strength was less than 10%. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at his peak at all. Courting death. The eldest of the Gui Bian twin clowns was extremely angry. His hand set off a terrifying, raging tide of energy. Countless energy formed a terrifying cyclone in his hand. Then he crushed it and turned it into a terrifying torrent of energy. Then, this torrent of energy rushed towards Yi Shiwen and crushed him. Yi Shiwen sneered and instantly unfolded the storm wings behind him, easily avoiding this energy torrent. Boom! The elder of the Gui Bian duo Cho blasted out a torrent of energy towards a distant mountain peak, directly blasting it into pieces. Countless smoke and dust swept up, submerging the world. In this smoke and dust, Yi Shiwen's storm wings were constantly flapping behind him, and the smoke and dust simply couldn't get close to him. Die! And at this moment, the eldest of the Gui Bian duo, Cho, had already pounced over again. His fist pressure was terrifying to the extreme, and the fist force tore through the sky as if it could blast a hole in the sky with a single punch. Yi Shiwen continuously stepped on the ground, and those fist energies simply could not bombard his body. His storm wings had already been practiced to the level of great perfection. This small range of teleportation was simply extremely fast. How can he be so fast? The Gui Bian duo Cho saw that Yi Shiwen easily avoided their attacks, and they immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Like the second brother of the Gui Bian duo Cho, they had seen Yi Shiwen's speed before, but they had never seen Yi Shiwen's speed after unfolding the demon wings. He also knew that this was probably some kind of movement technique, but he didn't expect that after using this movement technique, there would be such a terrifying increase in speed. In order to keep it a secret, Yi Shiwen kept this demon wings to save his life at a critical moment. Perhaps it could save his life at a critical moment. Something like a trump card was most useful if the opponent didn't know about it, and only then could it achieve an unexpected effect. But now Yi Shiwen used it because in his eyes the eldest of the Gui Bian duo, Cho, was already a dead man. What's with all this nonsense? Yi Shiwen sneered. After avoiding the attack of the eldest brother of the Gui Bian duo Cho, Yi Shiwen directly took out the desolate blood holy fruit, then directly opened his mouth and swallowed it. Accompanied by a little bloody fragrance, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that after the desolate blood holy fruit entered his body, it turned into a torrent of energy that occupied the position of his chest, causing his heartbeat to accelerate crazily. Yi Shiwen quickly mobilized the observing person scripture and began to absorb these torrents of energy. At the same time, he also suppressed these energies, lest they forcefully burst Yi Shiwen's heart. "Little bastard, you dare!" At this time, the eldest brother of the Gui Bian duo, Cho, opened his eyes wide, and tears of blood directly flowed out of his eyes. First, his younger brother died in Yi Shiwen's hands, and then the desolate blood holy fruit that they had paid a great price to obtain was actually swallowed by Yi Shiwen. This was a huge blow to him. "Bastard, I'm going to refine you into a human elixir. You can't completely absorb it now. I'm going to refine you into a human elixir, then refine out the medicinal power within. I'm going to swallow you one bite at a time." The eldest brother of the Gui Bian duo Chao's face was incomparably ferocious, as if he was a demon that had crawled out of hell. He almost immediately thought of a way to refine Yi Shiwen into a human elixir and refine out the medicinal power that he had yet to fully absorb. In this way, although he couldn't swallow the desolate blood holy fruit, the effect was almost the same, and it might even be a level higher. Each of these warriors had swallowed countless treasures of heaven and earth and had countless fortuitous encounters. Their bodies themselves were the greatest miracle in the world, and they were treasures of heaven and earth. Human elixir? Just based on this sentence, don't even think about leaving today. Go accompany your brother. Yi Shiwen sneered. He could feel that in his body a powerful force began to expand wildly as more and more medicinal power was absorbed by him. He almost didn't need to use the observing person scripture to automatically break through to the fifth sky of the transcendence realm. In these 3 months, although Yi Shiwen didn't have enough time to break through to the fifth sky of the transcendence realm in one go, he was actually almost there. He only needed one last step. Originally, he planned to find a place to break through after getting rid of the Gui Bian duo Cho. He didn't expect to find this opportunity after swallowing the desolate blood holy fruit today. Yi Shiwen's body was crackling, and his strength and aura were also increasing bit by bit. "You're courting death." At this time, the eldest brother of the Gui Bian duo Cho also understood that the effect of the desolate blood holy fruit was very good. Yi Shiwen's strength was actually rising continuously. If he continued and broke through directly, it would be a disaster for him. Although he didn't know what cultivation method Yi Shiwen cultivated, he could actually faintly contend with him, a peak 8th sky of the transcendence realm, at the 4th sky of the transcendence realm. But he knew that he absolutely couldn't let Yi Shiwen continue. Otherwise, when Yi Shiwen entered the 5th sky of the transcendence realm, then everything would change. He also knew that the best thing to do now was to immediately turn around and leave. Yi Shiwen, who was in a hurry to break through, should not have the intention to chase after him and should not have the ability to chase after him. But the desire for the desolate blood holy fruit and the hatred of his brother's tragic death blinded his eyes. At this time, he attacked Yi Shiwen like a madman. Yi Shiwen didn't try to dodge or evade. Instead, he went tit for tat. Although Yi Shiwen would be blasted away every time, but every time he was blasted away, his strength would increase by a bit. It seemed that the more he fought, the stronger he became. Every time they collided, the majestic power could dissolve the power of the desolate blood, holy fruit in his body a bit, and his strength was also strengthened a bit. Seeing that Yi Shiwen's strength continued to rise, how could the elder of the Gui Bian duo not know that it was because of the power of the desolate blood holy fruit? His heart was filled with hatred, and he constantly bombarded Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was not anxious, although he would suffer some minor injuries every time he was blasted away. He was always using the Phoenix regeneration technique. It could be said that when he was injured, he was almost healed, and he was always at the peak state. Yi Shiwen clung to him tightly, and all kinds of attacks swept over. It was as if he had become a practice target, and all kinds of martial arts moves were at his fingertips. Without any pause, he blasted over. The elder of the Gui Bian duo was also getting more and more depressed as the fight went on. Slowly, he finally realized that, according to this situation, he probably wouldn't be able to take down Yi Shiwen for a long time. Yi Shiwen's aura was also getting stronger, and he was probably going to enter the fifth sky of the Transcendence realm. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and directly blasted out a punch. After forcing Yi Shiwen away, he turned around and fled. "Want to leave? Where do you think you're going?" Yi Shiwen shouted, and the aura that was originally stagnant suddenly swept out wildly, directly crossing the boundary between the fourth sky and fifth sky of the Transcendence realm. The aura on his body also soared crazily, and compared to before, it was a complete change. After entering the fifth sky of the Transcendence realm, Yi Shiwen's aura was completely different from before. He directly caught up with the elder of the Gui Bian duo in one step, and he directly grabbed with his golden hand. The elder of the Gui Bian duo was already seriously injured, and he was entangled by Yi Shiwen just now, so he had no time to recover, so he couldn't even take down Yi Shiwen previously. Now that Yi Shiwen had entered the fifth sky of the Transcendence realm, there was a huge difference in the strength between the two sides. Bang! The elder of the Gui Bian duo was directly crushed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. Chapter 1244. The wealth of the eldest brother of the Gui Bian's two clowns also fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. The wealth of the eldest brother of the Gui Bian's two clowns wasn't much more than that of his younger brother. He only had about 300 million spirit crystals. Moreover, he didn't have many heavenly treasures besides spirit crystals. The law enforcement heavenly prison didn't produce many heavenly treasures. Therefore, they could only obtain these heavenly treasures from the disciples of the Yi clan occasionally. These treasures could be sold for a high price, but it was only a high price. Generally speaking, to maximize the value of these treasures, it was still the alchemists, blacksmiths, and so on in the major forces. And these warriors were just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, including Yi Shiwen. Although he knew alchemy and blacksmithing, generally speaking, he rarely did anything because there was no need at all. Except for a few times, most of the time he could be replenished from various aspects. After so many years, he had accumulated a lot of treasures of various levels. Except for Yi Mo, who had been paying attention to this, even Yi Shiwen himself had lost count. The bodies of the Gui Bian twin clowns were swept into the Tianyuan mirror. Yi Shiwen glanced around. The roars of the bone beasts were still in the distance, and they did not come over. Obviously, there were still several desolate, blood, divine fruits there. It was obviously not worthwhile to give up the others for one desolate, blood, divine fruit. Although Yi Shiwen was very tempted by the remaining desolate, blood, divine fruits, he also knew that even if he had entered the fifth level of the law phase realm, it was obviously impossible for him to be the opponent of the two bone beasts. Moreover, after swallowing the desolate, blood, divine fruit, the two bone beasts would soon enter the half-step celestial realm, and the gap between them would be further widened. If he went over now, he would only be courting death. He checked the energy of the desolate, blood, divine fruit in his body. Because he had entered the fifth level of the law phase realm, he had absorbed a full 1/3 of the fruit, and there was still 2/3 left. This desolate, blood, divine fruit was indeed worthy of its reputation. Only 1/3 of the energy was consumed, and it allowed him to directly break through to the 5th level of the law phase realm. Of course, this was also because he had accumulated a lot of energy. But it could not be denied that the effect of the desolate blood divine fruit was very significant. Without any hesitation, Yi Shiwen took a step forward and left immediately. In his heart, he had a plan that might seem like an audacious plan to ordinary people. Yi Shiwen left quietly. The death of the Gui Bian Duo Chou was regarded as insignificant in the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. In a place like the law enforcement heavenly prison, the death of any person was not enough to make the law enforcement heavenly prison tremble unless it was the death of a celestial being expert. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. It would be like the death of an insignificant person. The hunt for Yi Shiwen was still ongoing. Previously, because the Gui Bian twin clowns were the main force, the others didn't seem so obvious. But with the unexpected death of the Gui Bian twin clowns, many people began to emerge, especially many tyrannical experts like the Gui Bian twin clowns. However, no one had expected that Yi Shiwen, who they had initially thought was just like a mouse, would turn out to ambush these experts who were hunting him down. Regardless of whether it was the Yi family's disciples or the sinners, he had killed several 8th heaven of the Transcendence realm experts. They were all famous, and many of them were even stronger than the Gui Bian Duo. Dealing with these people was not as easy for Yi Shiwen to deal with the Gui Bian Duo Chou, who were already severely injured. Because the Gui Bian Duo Chou were seriously injured, even if Yi Shiwen had just entered the 5th heaven transcendence realm, he could still easily defeat them. However, the other people who were hunting Yi Shiwen were all terrifying experts at the peak of the 8th heaven transcendence realm. Naturally, it was not that simple. Although the experts at the 9th level of the transcendence realm were also paying attention to this matter, they had no intention of taking action personally. This was because they were often the leaders of a force. Although they would command their subordinates to hunt down someone, it was still very rare for them to hunt down someone like Yi Jianzhong. However, they obviously didn't expect that Yi Shiwen had been reborn. In just 1 month, several 8th heaven transcendence realm experts had fallen in their hands. Although some of them were stronger than Yi Shiwen, they didn't know that Yi Shiwen had been reborn. So, they had suffered a big loss in Yi Shiwen's hands because they had underestimated him. And the price of this big loss was their lives. They had paid the price with their lives. Later, as more and more 8th heaven transcendence realm experts fell in Yi Shiwen's hands, they all began to be vigilant, but Yi Shiwen had completely grown up. After a dozen fierce battles, Yi Shiwen had already absorbed 1/3 of the desolate blood divine fruit's energy, and his cultivation had been pushed to the peak of the 5th heaven transcendence realm. Even if they were not injured, they were not Yi Shiwen's opponents at all. And Yi Shiwen also became famous because of this. In the entire law enforcement heavenly prison, he suddenly became unusually famous. Originally, in their opinion, Yi Shiwen was just a junior, and he was still a prey being hunted. Although he had the title of the tournament champion, it was nothing in the eyes of those real powerhouses. Being the champion of the tournament only proved that you had the potential. However, if you had no way of growing up, then whatever potential you had was useless. Only a genius that had grown up was a genius. A genius that had not grown up was just a pile of bones. But now, Yi Shiwen gave them a big slap in the face with reality. Those who underestimated him were all dumbfounded. One had to know that these experts at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm were not ordinary. Apart from the few Transcendence realm powerhouses, the 9th level of the Transcendence realm was enough to form a force in the Enforcer Sky prison. An expert at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm was definitely enough to run amok. As long as they didn't provoke the 9th heaven Transcendence realm master, they were basically invincible. There were many 8th heaven Transcendence realm experts like the Gui Bian Duo Chou, who had been running amok for many years in the law enforcement heavenly prison. But now, all of them died in Yi Shiwen's hands. If it was a sneak attack and an ambush at the beginning, then the tyrannical experts at the peak of the 8th level of the law manifestation realm were directly defeated by Yi Shiwen face to face. Some witnesses said that in the end, those experts couldn't hold on for long in Yi Shiwen's hands. They were completely defeated and finally killed with a slap. Yi Shiwen's ruthlessness could be seen from this. Whether it was the sinners or the Yi family's children, once they offended him, there was only a dead end. Even if they were the Yi family's children, he would not be lenient at all. He directly crushed them to death. These were all geniuses of the Yi clan. They should have had a boundless future, but now they all died in his hands. Not to mention those sinners. Some of them had been free and unfettered for thousands of years, but now they all died tragically in his hands. For a time, countless people were silent. Those who were clamoring to kill Yi Shiwen were now quiet all of a sudden. Although the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir was good, one must be alive to enjoy it. At this time, except for the masters of the major forces who were at the 9th heaven transcendence realm, who dared to say that they could suppress Yi Shiwen. Among those 8th heaven transcendence realm experts who died in Yi Shiwen's hands, there were many old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. For them, it could be said that it was difficult to improve their cultivation. Their only hope was to seize the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir so that their cultivation could improve further. For them, it did not matter if they swallowed the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir when they were about to cross the celestial realm retribution, because they might not even be able to reach the half-step law realm. It was only possible with the help of the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir. These old monsters had accumulated a lot and lived for thousands of years. Ordinary geniuses would be defeated and die tragically when they encountered them. However, when they encountered Yi Shiwen, they were like pieces of paper, easily slaughtered by him. It was as if their reputation of thousands of years was just a bluff. With these people as a lesson, these old monsters who had been cultivating for many years did not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, the entire situation became abnormally cold. No one was shouting to capture Yi Shiwen anymore. It didn't matter whether it was the Yi clan's side or the sinner's side. It seemed as if they were afraid of being beaten by Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Everyone knew the temptation of the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir. They would never give up so easily, especially the masters of the various forces. Their strength was even above the current Yi Shiwen. They did not give up the fight for the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir. They were just waiting for a chance to give Yi Shiwen a fatal blow. And the next large-scale storm would definitely not be just the experts of the 8th heaven of the law realm. It might be the terrifying experts of the 9th heaven of the law realm, or even the half-step celestial realm. In particular, the half-step celestial realm experts needed the 9 revolutions Tai Xian golden elixir the most urgently. They were only half a step away from the celestial realm, but it was like a natural moat. They did not dare to cross the retribution easily, or they might die. These people must also be paying close attention to this matter. If it was an ordinary person, they might be eager to hide at this time, or even directly leave the law enforcement heavenly prison to avoid this period of time. However, Yi Shiwen was definitely not such a person. He was a person who did not play by the rules. After getting rid of the people who were monitoring him, Yi Shiwen directly found Yi Qianhe. What? You want to know where the Golden Jade Pavilion is in the law enforcement heavenly prison? Chapter 1245. What? You want to know where Golden Jade Pavilion is in the law enforcement heavenly prison? Yi Qianhe looked at Yi Shiwen with a startled expression. He hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be so audacious. He had heard a lot about Yi Shiwen's achievements during this time, but he asked himself that even if he was in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he would never be able to do what Yi Shiwen did. Although he had also entered the 8th heaven of the transcendence realm, there was still a big gap between him and those famous figures who died tragically in Yi Shiwen's hands. It was not easy to escape from these people, let alone to ambush and kill them one by one. None of the experts in the eighth sky of the law manifestation realm dared to be presumptuous in front of Yi Shiwen. Even the entire law enforcement heavenly prison was quiet all of a sudden, as if they were scared into silence by Yi Shiwen's brutal means. But everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The next wave of attacks might be from the ninth sky of the law manifestation realm, or even from the half-step celestial realm. At that time, Yi Shiwen would not be able to be so carefree. In everyone's opinion, Yi Shiwen should be hiding or even leaving the law enforcement heavenly prison. However, Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest intention to leave. He even dared to ask for the location of the Golden Jade Pavilion's encampment. This was simply too bold. Did he want to give the Golden Jade Pavilion a blow? But looking at Yi Shiwen's appearance, it seemed that he really wanted to give Golden Jade Pavilion a blow. You don't really want to fight them, Yi Qianhe said. Of course, they chased me for a few months, so I could not practice properly. It is not my character to not repay such a great favor, Yi Shiwen said with a grin, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Yi Shiwen dared to attack those who wanted to deal with him, even if it was the emperor. For him, it made no difference. Although Yi Qianhe did not want the Yi family to kill each other, he knew that sometimes there was no other way. For the disciples of the law enforcement hall of the Yi family, being able to enter the heavenly law enforcement prison to train was not an easy thing in itself. It required a lot of clan contribution points. For ordinary people, it was very difficult to earn clan contribution points, even for Yi Qianhe. Now, Yi Shiwen had a total of a year to practice, and a small part of the time was wasted here. How could he swallow this? But Yi Jianzhong is almost always guarding the Golden Jade Pavilion station. You are not his opponent now. Yi Qianhe was very accurate. No matter how strong Yi Shiwen was now, there was no way to compete with Yi Jianzhong. So, I have to lure him away. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, in the Golden Jade Pavilion in the law enforcement heavenly prison, the only one that Yi Shiwen was afraid of was Yi Jianzhong. It was imperative to lead him away. Yi Shiwen quickly left the city after he had ascertained the location of the Golden Jade Pavilion station in the law enforcement heavenly prison. He couldn't stay in one place for a long time because of the pursuit of the major forces. Soon Yi Shiwen, who had been quiet for a while, finally made a big move. He directly ambushed a team from the Golden Jade Pavilion. A total of one expert at the seventh heaven of the Transcendence Realm and several experts at the sixth heaven of the Transcendence Realm were all killed by Yi Shiwen. In the entire law enforcement heavenly prison, this was like throwing a boulder into a calm lake. In particular, the Golden Jade Pavilion was furious all of a sudden. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen was just their prey. It was already good enough that they did not chase him, but he actually dared to fight back. For them, this was simply a great provocation and humiliation. Although everyone knew that this was only the calm before the storm, but the first one to break the calm was actually Yi Shiwen. This made many people who were paying attention to this matter suddenly have a kind of inconceivable feeling. Yi Shiwen had completely subverted their cognition. In other words, they did not expect that Yi Shiwen would be so unconventional. When everyone thought that he might leave the law enforcement heavenly prison, he did not leave. Instead, he launched a counterattack. The Golden Jade Pavilion soon received the news. Soon, someone spread the news. Yi Jianzhong, who was furious, quickly brought 3 experts at the 8th level of the Law Phase realm and more than a dozen experts at the 7th level of the Law Phase realm to find Yi Shiwen. Swoosh! 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 In the sky, more than a dozen streamers swept across the sky. The person in the lead was Yi Jianzhong. In a place that none of them noticed, a pair of eyes followed them closely. It was Yi Shiwen. After confirming that Yi Jianzhong and the others had really gone to look for him, Yi Shiwen's figure directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. He went directly in the direction of the Golden Jade Pavilion Station. The Golden Jade Pavilion Station was in an oasis. In the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. There were not many such oases. Only places with spiritual energy could produce such oases. Perhaps it was the pride of the Yi family's descendants. They did not choose to live in the city like others, but opened up another station. Although it was only a garrison, the array formations and defenses within it were better than those of ordinary cities. There were no clouds in the sky. Suddenly, the thin spirit chi and resentment in the sky suddenly gathered, forming a huge vortex in the sky above the encampment. "Who is it?" Almost at that moment, there was a loud roar coming from the Golden Jade Pavilion Station. Those were also experts. They almost felt the change in the resentment between heaven and earth in an instant. And at this moment, there was a flash of light in the sky, instantly covering the entire sky. The strong light made people unable to open their eyes at all. Clang! Then there was a huge sound of sword chi. A huge long sword fell from the sky. It was at least dozens of feet long, directly slashing down from the sky. Boom! There was a terrifying collision sound. The huge sword chi fell from the sky and fiercely slashed the sky above the station. In the sky above the station, dozens of enchantments were produced in an instant. The sword chi directly slashed on the enchantments, breaking dozens of enchantments in succession. However, it stopped on the innermost enchantment. It only cut a crack in it and could not continue to break the enchantment. Humph! With a cold snort, a terrifying attack directly bombarded from the enchantment, directly blasting the sword chi into pieces. Then, more than a dozen tyrannical experts jumped out. They were all experts at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm, and the hundreds of experts behind them all jumped out. As expected of the Golden Jade Pavilion Station in this law enforcement heavenly prison, it was definitely full of experts. Even if the remaining hundreds of experts were not at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm, they were at least at the 5th or 6th level of the law manifestation realm. At this time, because of this attack, all of them jumped out at once. Who dares to attack our Golden Jade Pavilion Station? Are you tired of living? The leading expert at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm shouted coldly as he looked around. And at this moment, a golden light flashed through the void, and a green figure appeared. "Yi Shiwen, it's you? You didn't hide like a mouse, and actually dared to appear in front of us." When the expert saw that it was Yi Shiwen, he suddenly felt a little strange. They never expected that Yi Shiwen would dare to appear in front of them at this time when they were hunting Yi Shiwen everywhere. At this time, some people had already thought that Yi Jianzhong's departure might be a trap to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, they didn't take it to heart. After all, even if it was a trap to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so what? They were a group of people. Even if Yi Jianzhong was not here, they didn't think that Yi Shiwen could do anything to them. Like a mouse? The one who has to hide like a mouse now is you guys. Yi Shiwen sneered. How arrogant. A master at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm roared and directly attacked Yi Shiwen. "Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of us just because you killed some people outside." He spread out his big hand and directly slammed down from the sky. It turned into a cage and grabbed at Yi Shiwen as if he wanted to grab him to death. Clang! A sharp sound broke through the air. The sword light flashed and directly cut the big hand in the air. Ah! The master at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm looked at Yi Shiwen in horror. He couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen was so tyrannical. Although there had been rumors about him, rumors were just rumors. Although he knew that Yi Shiwen had the combat power of the 8th level of the law manifestation realm, he didn't believe that Yi Shiwen could reach the level of invincibility in this realm. The rumor that he defeated an elder at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm in just a few moves was more like a myth. For him, this was simply impossible. However, in the instant that they truly clashed, he suddenly believed it. That was because that sword chi contained an aura that made people feel despair. If he hadn't retracted it in time, his hand would definitely have been severed by that sword. It was too terrifying. The other masters at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm also looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise in their eyes. They were obviously shocked. At this time, Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already among those masters. He was completely unscrupulous. He didn't put these people in his eyes. He rushed into the crowd like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Swish! A sword light flashed, and a master at the 5th level of the law manifestation realm was directly cut in half. Blood instantly splashed out. Chapter 1246. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent. Although the people in front of him were of the same clan, in his eyes they were no different from thieves. These few months of hiding were inseparable from the Golden Jade Pavilion. Killing the same clan? Have they ever thought of this problem? In a place like the law enforcement heavenly prison, it was a lawless place. It was also the only place where the responsibility would not be clearly pursued. This was a chaotic place, but also a killing place. Swish! 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 A few more sword lights flashed, and some experts who had not reacted were directly slaughtered. If those experts at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm were still a threat to him, then these experts below the 8th level of the law manifestation realm were purely lambs waiting to be slaughtered for Yi Shiwen. Although the other party had many people, for Yi Shiwen, unless there was an army, the number of people wouldn't affect his killing. In particular, these people were fighting on their own. They didn't even have a formation, so they couldn't exert their strength to the greatest extent. Little thief, don't be arrogant. At this time, those experts at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm finally reacted, and they rushed towards Yi Shiwen. The attacks of more than a dozen tyrannical experts at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm were like a torrent, directly crushing down and instantly annihilating Yi Shiwen. Swish! 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 Yi Shiwen's hands didn't stop. Every sword light flashed, and a Golden Jade Pavilion expert was directly slaughtered by him. On his body, every pore was spewing sword aura, directly forming a huge sword aura above him. The sword aura soared straight into the sky, stirring up countless grievances around the sword aura to form a terrifying vortex. Clang! This gigantic sword chi shot out, and a terrifying sword chi that was hundreds of feet long came crashing down, shattering the void and heading towards the torrent of energy. Boom! The sword aura and the martial arts torrent collided fiercely, and a shocking collision occurred. The air was annihilated, and countless grievances were crushed into pieces. Circles of air waves swept out crazily. Wow! The sweeping force was like a wave, and layers of waves rushed out in all directions. Both sides were actually equally matched, neither gaining the upper hand. What? How is that possible? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? He can actually block all of our attacks by himself. That's impossible. There's no lack of experts at the peak of the 8th level of the Transcendence realm among us. Even those elders who have lived for thousands of years can't do this. These experts at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm were in disbelief. Their combined attack couldn't take down Yi Shiwen. His sword was actually on par with theirs. This was impossible. At this time, some people seemed to have finally remembered that even the elders who had lived for thousands of years were defeated by Yi Shiwen in just a few moves. The doubts in their hearts rose even more. How could he be so strong? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be possible. A person's strength should have a limit. Not to mention that they weren't ordinary experts. All of them were former genius disciples. Even so, it was already very difficult for them to fight against 3 or 5 experts of the same realm. Even if they were seriously injured, it wouldn't be easy for them to fight. How could he be as monstrous as Yi Shiwen? How could he be as monstrous as Yi Shiwen was? However, in just a few seconds of hesitation, a large number of Golden Jade Pavilion experts were slaughtered by Yi Shiwen. Screams came one after another as if it would never stop. He was like a killing machine with an indifferent expression. Wherever the sword light flashed, lives were reaped by him. And every time the golden light flashed, there would be a flower of blood. Golden Reaper. There was only such a thought in their hearts. This nickname was once called by others, but they didn't care. If Yi Shiwen was the Golden Reaper at that time, then what were they? Lord. Or deity king. What a joke. But now they felt that this nickname was too accurate. Only this nickname could describe the feeling that Yi Shiwen was giving them now. In just a short span of a few breaths, more than a dozen Law Phase realm masters died tragically in Yi Shiwen's hands. The eighth heaven of Law Phase realm masters watched with widened eyes. They were on the verge of crying blood. In fact, these were not ordinary people. The law enforcement hall itself was different from other institutions. It was extremely difficult to infiltrate the law enforcement hall. How long did it take for Golden Jade Pavilion to infiltrate the law enforcement hall? Moreover, these were the law enforcement hall. Those who could enter the law enforcement heavenly prison to cultivate were undoubtedly the elites of the elites. It could be said that if these people were all slaughtered by Yi Shiwen, the power of Golden Jade Pavilion in the law enforcement hall might not be completely annihilated. But in fact, it was almost the same. If these backbones died tragically, the remaining marginal pawns were meaningless. This Yi Shiwen was so ruthless. He was planning to uproot the power of Golden Jade Pavilion in the law enforcement hall. At this moment, the evaluation of Yi Shiwen in their hearts had become ruthless. Stop him! We must stop him! Some experts shouted. They could imagine how angry Prince Jean and Prince you would be if they suffered heavy losses due to Yi Shiwen's surprise attack. They couldn't imagine how angry Prince Jean and Prince you would be. Yi Shiwen would certainly bear the thunderous wrath of Golden Jade Pavilion, but they wouldn't be able to escape either. They might also be punished by the higher-ups of Golden Jade Pavilion. That kind of punishment made even them shudder. Many experts at the eighth heaven of Law, Phase, Realm reacted one after another and hurriedly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Shiwen's long sword reaped more than a dozen lives. Blood kept sliding down from the tip of the sword and dripping down from the sky. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who was expressionless, was indeed like an Azura that could bring death. No matter how those people screamed, Yi Shiwen's determination could not be shaken at all. The long sword in his hand waved mechanically and reaped lives. Stop! A Law Manifestation Realm 8th level expert took the lead and rushed over, wanting to stop Yi Shiwen from slaughtering a Law Manifestation Realm 7th level expert. However, just as he finished speaking, he only saw a flash of golden light. A long sword had unknowingly stabbed into his body. The sword light instantly crushed all the internal organs in his body into pieces. So fast! Before he died, this was the only thought left in his mind. He did not even see when Yi Shiwen attacked, but he already felt the long sword stabbing into his body. He could only feel himself becoming more and more powerless, and his vitality was fading rapidly. Yi Shiwen drew his sword and immediately pounced on the other expert at the eighth heaven of the Law Phase realm. At this time, all the Law Manifestation Realm 8th level experts had already rushed over, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. But for Yi Shiwen, this made no difference. He rushed in like a tiger descending the mountain. One person, 10 people, no difference. Law Manifestation Realm 5th level, Law Manifestation Realm 8th level, no difference. All of them were dead. Swish, swish, swish. Blood splattered after every sword light. Soon, the experts at the 8th level of the Law Phase realm were horrified to discover something. They originally thought that they could stop Yi Shiwen with so many people, but they soon discovered that it was just their wishful thinking. Yi Shiwen could kill those experts below the Law Manifestation Realm 8th level with one sword, but they were not much better. It was just the difference between one sword, 2 sword, or 3 sword. We can't go on like this, or we will all be slaughtered by him. At this time, those law manifestation realm 8th level experts finally understood why Yi Shiwen did not hide when he was being hunted. Instead, he left the law enforcement heavenly prison and actually dared to raid the encampment. He had nothing to fear. Without Yi Jianzhong, who was at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, to him, their encampment was practically defenseless. To them now, Yi Shiwen was no different from an expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. If an expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm could defeat them easily, Yi Shiwen could do it too. Yi Shiwen was even more ruthless. Yi Shiwen, aren't you afraid of being punished by the higher-ups? You dare to slaughter our Yi family's disciples, said a law manifestation realm 8th level expert with a stern expression. The higher-ups' punishment? Ha! You're telling me this now. Why didn't you think about the higher-ups' punishment when you were chasing me? Yi Shiwen looked at this scene and sneered. None of you can leave today. He had already thought it through. The so-called higher-ups' punishment was bullsh**. Only the living could appeal. Who would speak for the dead? Just like when he killed Jia Gu Zhenghao, the matter was left unsettled in the end. Although the Jia Gu clan might have other actions, at least they would not do anything to him on the surface. As he spoke, he had already taken a step forward and pounced in front of the law manifestation realm 8th level expert. He suddenly slashed down with his sword. The law manifestation realm 8th level expert tried his best to resist. But Yi Shiwen's sword technique was not only fast, but it was also as heavy as Mount Tai. Boom! The weapon in his hand was directly shattered by Yi Shiwen's sword. His body was badly mutilated as if it had been blown up. Yi Shiwen shattered his flesh and blood, and then his weapon was sent flying. Swish! Immediately after, another sword light flashed, and the law manifestation realm 8th level expert was directly killed on the spot. He was like a killing machine. No matter who it was, there was no way to stop his advancement. Wherever the sword light pointed, blood flowed like a river. Chapter 1247. The news that Yi Shiwen destroyed the Golden Pavilion's encampment quickly spread throughout the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. For the entire law enforcement heavenly prison, it was equivalent to a big stone smashing into a calm lake. For a time, huge waves surged. The Golden Pavilion was definitely not the largest force in the law enforcement heavenly prison. However, not many people dared to provoke the Golden Pavilion because there were two great gods behind the Golden Pavilion, Prince Jin and Prince Yu. Even if there were many young masters in the Yi family, Prince Jin and Prince Yu were also the best among them. Except for the legendary 5 tyrants, they could be ranked in the top group. Therefore, even those criminals rarely dared to offend the Golden Pavilion. It was fine if you killed a few people, but if you destroyed the entire encampment of the Golden Pavilion, then it would really be a fight to the death. They were planning to completely shed all pretense of cordiality. In their opinion, no matter how the Golden Pavilion hunted Yi Shiwen previously, it was not considered as shedding all pretense of cordiality. However, now that Yi Shiwen destroyed the encampment of the Golden Pavilion and killed more than half of the Golden Pavilion's forces in the entire law enforcement heavenly prison, it could be considered as a fight to the death with the Golden Pavilion. It was completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. However, for Yi Shiwen, from the moment they wanted to kill him, it was already shedding all pretense of cordiality. It was basically a fight to the death. It was impossible for Yi Shiwen to give up unless they gave up. However, there was the temptation of the 9 revolutions' mysterious golden pill first, and then there was the matter of Yi Shiwen destroying their encampment. There was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. They could only fight to the death. Both sides were not ordinary people. They had their own pride. It was absolutely impossible for them to bow their heads and admit defeat. Although Yi Shiwen had a record of killing several masters at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm, and he had made a name for himself in the entire law enforcement heavenly prison. This was still beyond everyone's expectations. As soon as this matter spread, it immediately became the hottest topic of the current law enforcement heavenly prison, especially after Yi Shiwen lured Yi Jianzhong away from the mountain. He destroyed the entire Golden Jade Pavilion, except for a few Golden Jade Pavilion masters who went out for some business. The rest didn't run away. All of them were killed by Yi Shiwen. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The entire Golden Jade Pavilion instantly became furious, especially Yi Jianzhong. Yi Shiwen had played him like a monkey. After luring him away from the mountain, Yi Shiwen had destroyed the entire station. Yi Shiwen had played him like a monkey. Yi Shiwen had lured the tiger away from the mountain and then destroyed the entire station. How could he not be furious? He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. The order to encircle and annihilate Yi Shiwen was issued by him. However, the result was like this. Hundreds of experts were suddenly defeated by Yi Shiwen. They suffered heavy losses, and their vitality was greatly damaged. He was one of the people in charge of the Golden Jade Pavilion in the law enforcement hall. He was also one of the high-level infiltrated by the Golden Jade Pavilion. After such a thing happened, he couldn't escape the blame, especially when he was fooled by Yi Shiwen. He absolutely couldn't swallow this anger. The Golden Jade Pavilion immediately issued a pursuit order. It was not like the original situation where they only hunted Yi Shiwen in private. Now they even defined Yi Shiwen as a traitor and asked other Yi family forces to join forces to hunt Yi Shiwen. But for this order, other Yi family forces were very calm. Whether they were neutral or also hunting Yi Shiwen, they didn't express their stance. What a joke! Everyone knew that they were the ones who started to hunt Yi Shiwen first, but they didn't make it public. In other words, this could only happen in the law enforcement heavenly prison, which was a place of chaos, killings, and no order. If it was outside, their behavior was enough to make the higher-ups angry. As long as Yi Shiwen got a hold of their weakness, it would be enough to make the higher-ups angry and obliterate them all. Yi family had been able to stand on the ancient Baron's continent for so many years because of unity. No matter who it was, at least they had to support the overall harmony of the Yi family. By doing this, they were openly destroying the foundation of the Yi family's foothold. If it caused panic and everyone was divided, they would be sinners for all eternity. Therefore, for many years, no matter how big the fuss was, it was at most in private. In the case of no evidence and no evidence, they would casually make a fuss. This was also the tacit understanding that the major forces of the Yi family maintained. Today, they dared to eliminate Yi Shiwen openly because they were strong, while Yi Shiwen was weak. However, there were always existences in the Yi family that were stronger than them. If they didn't follow the rules and acted recklessly, then they might be dead on the streets tomorrow. In other words, only a person like Yi Shiwen who had nothing was not afraid of wearing shoes. Because he had nothing, he wasn't afraid of losing anything. And the people who had a lot of things were the ones who hoped for the existence of order the most. Even the worst order was much better than no order at all. The decision made by the Golden Jade Pavilion in a fit of rage was tantamount to handing over their weakness to Yi Shiwen. They would not do such a stupid thing in private, but once they shed all pretense of cordiality and put it on the table, everything would be different. In private, the high level might turn a blind eye. But once it was put on the table, even if the high level had different ideas, they had to maintain the supreme dignity of the Yi family's laws. This was the foundation of the Yi family, and no one could destroy it. However, although there was no change on the surface, they still stepped up their actions in private because the Golden Jade Pavilion's encampment was destroyed, which made them feel sad. Yi Shiwen, a guy who didn't play by common sense, was equivalent to a rule breaker. He simply ignored the rules that they had always regarded as unspoken rules. In their opinion, it was normal for them to encircle and intercept anyone, and as long as that person continued to flee, even if they were not caught in the end, it would not be considered as breaking the rules. But now, Yi Shiwen's actions were tantamount to breaking the rules. It was a bad start. If everyone followed in the future, then wouldn't they also be in danger? Their encampment might also be destroyed. Although from the news they received, Yi Shiwen was simply inhuman. Those masters at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm were not his opponents at all, and others should not be able to reach his level, but they still had to guard against him. There were so many monstrous geniuses in this world. Who knew if there would suddenly be such a rule breaker, so such a person should go to hell? Yi Shiwen was very clear about the thoughts of these people. However, he just snorted disdainfully at their thoughts. The thoughts of these people represented that they were already cowardly, corrupted, and had lost the determination and perseverance to face everything. Whether to abide by the rules or not, it depends on my mood. You have already pointed at my nose to hit me, and you still want me to abide by the rules not to hit your face? F***CK your sister. If you don't hit my face, then I will hit your face. Since we have fallen out, there is no need to be polite. I will hit your most painful place until you dare not look directly at me. Years of experience told him that these people were cheap. It was useless to talk to them nicely. He could only hit them ruthlessly until they did not dare to compete with him anymore. Only when you have strength that is comparable to them will they look at you seriously and not dare to underestimate you. Yi Jianzhong, who was angry, had turned into an angry, killing god. He wanted to find Yi Shiwen, even if he had to turn the entire law enforcement heavenly prison upside down. He vowed to tear Yi Shiwen into pieces so that the hatred in his heart could be eliminated. At the same time, he also understood that Yi Shiwen was the biggest dark cloud that shrouded the Golden Jade Pavilion. The majesty and image that the Golden Jade Pavilion had created in the law enforcement heavenly prison for many years had vanished with the destruction of the station. Geniuses could be won over and recruited again, but if their prestige was gone, it would take a long time to rebuild it. And there was only one way to eliminate this bad influence in a short period of time, and that was to get rid of Yi Shiwen directly, so that any negative influence would vanish like smoke in thin air. It turned out that after the station was destroyed, the majesty of the Golden Jade Pavilion had fallen by more than one level. The people who had been constantly providing news to the Golden Jade Pavilion also began to observe at this time. Although the Golden Jade Pavilion still had Yi Jianzhong stationed and was still very tyrannical, Yi Shiwen should not be underestimated. The elimination of a master at the 8th level of law enforcement, heavenly prison, like cutting melons and vegetables, gave them a great shock. Many people secretly speculated that the champion of the tournament outside was simply incredible. His future was simply boundless. Although Prince Jean and Prince, you were very powerful, they were not from the law enforcement hall after all. It was impossible for them to enter the law enforcement heavenly prison in the future. Although Yi Jianzhong was powerful, he was at most a 9th level of law enforcement heavenly prison. If there was no fortuitous encounter in the future, it would be the end for him. However, Yi Shiwen was different. He had just started cultivating. It was said that he was only a few hundred years old. It was impossible to predict how far he could cultivate in the future. He might not have the ability to deal with them now, but there were still thousands of years in the future. He definitely had the opportunity to grow to the level of a behemoth that people looked up to. At that time, it would be absolutely effortless to crush them. And now, even if Yi Jianzhong was angry, he could not really do anything to them. However, Yi Shiwen's threat was real, unless someone could say that they could kill him. However, after seeing Yi Shiwen's ferocity and tyrannical strength, how many people dared to say so? Yi Jianzhong might be able to suppress him, but the premise was that he could also find him. In this case, many people who originally provided information to the Golden Jade Pavilion, the network and relationships that Yi Jianzhong had accumulated over the years suddenly became full of mistakes. Chapter 1248. Originally, after many years of construction of the Golden Jade Pavilion and management of Yi Jianzhong, the intelligence network of the Golden Jade Pavilion in the law enforcement heavenly prison could be said to be pervasive. Some time ago, they chased Yi Shiwen to the ends of the earth. This was the best evidence. No matter where he went, no matter how remote, he would soon be known by the Golden Jade Pavilion. Not only the Golden Jade Pavilion, but also other forces. They had been rooted in the law enforcement heavenly prison for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. The development of the forces inside had reached an unimaginable level. Yi Shiwen was like playing a game of cat and mouse. He was the mouse, covering his head and running away. There was no place for him to stop. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already left the law enforcement heavenly prison at this time. However, Yi Shiwen had a stubborn temper. He insisted on staying and going against them. However, the effect of picking a station was very obvious. Many people were obviously frightened, although the Golden Jade Pavilion was still roaring in exasperation. More people had begun to think in a long-term direction. Yi Shiwen's tenacity was obviously beyond their imagination. Many of them might not be afraid of Yi Shiwen now. But what about in the long run? Especially those criminals. Although they were arrogant and domineering, and some even dared to ambush the Yi clan's children. In fact, they were a group of slaves. A group of slaves used for the Yi clan's children to gain experience. They really had no human rights. Even if they were the big shots of the celestial realm, once the Yi clan was unhappy, they could easily kill a group of them. If Yi Shiwen went out alive and entered the celestial realm one day, he would return to the law enforcement heavenly prison and kill all of them. The Yi clan would not say a word about him. Maybe they would even give him a lot of contribution points, which could be counted as merits. Thinking of this, these people suddenly stopped. The Golden Jade Pavilion still had the two great gods, Prince Jin and Prince Yu. They also had direct access to the Yi clan's higher-ups. No matter how arrogant they were, there would be people backing them up. They did not have such good conditions. Since they wanted to make trouble, let them make trouble. As for the 9 revolutions, Taishian Golden Pill, although it was good, it had to be enjoyed. After Yi Shiwen picked the station of the Golden Jade Pavilion, he directly shocked most people and relieved a lot of pressure on him. At this time, in addition to the Golden Jade Pavilion biting him like a mad dog, only some small organizations of the Yi clan were still secretly attacking him. However, at this time, only the Golden Jade Pavilion dared to go against Yi Shiwen. They were also forced by Yi Shiwen. Their station was picked. They had lost their power in the law enforcement heavenly prison. There was nothing more to say. Otherwise, they would have to come secretly. As for the high-level questioning, it was more important to get rid of Yi Shiwen first. As long as Yi Shiwen was dead, everything would be easily solved. Who would say anything for a dead man? As for the higher-ups questioning, the Yi of Yi Heavenly Jade Pavilion, he was Yi Shiwen. While Yi Jianzhong was still frantically searching for Yi Shiwen had quietly returned to the city that Yi Qianhe was guarding. In this law enforcement heavenly prison, Yi Qianhe was the only one that Yi Shiwen could trust. Yi Shiwen had a very good impression of this loyal and devoted man of Yi family. This was also the only place where he could stay. If it was any other place, even if most of the Golden Jade Pavilion's intelligence network was destroyed, he would still be able to find him after a long time. You really destroyed their encampment. When she saw Yi Shiwen again, even though she was already mentally prepared, but when she really heard that Yi Shiwen had really destroyed the Golden Jade Pavilion station, she was still so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. He always felt that he was very courageous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to apply to guard the law enforcement prison. However, compared with Yi Shiwen, he seemed to be a little insignificant. Compared with Yi Shiwen's valiant battle record, he was indeed nothing. This was the champion of the competition. How could a person who could win the championship of the competition with the cultivation of the fourth sky of the law manifestation realm be ordinary? He was so tyrannical that no one had ever heard of in history. Indeed, he was not an ordinary person. He dared to do things that others didn't even dare to think about. It's impolite not to reciprocate. During this time, I was chased by them like a stray dog. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes, revealing a murderous intention without concealment. At this time, in Yi Qianhe's view, Yi Shiwen was a dangerous beast. Whoever dared to come close would be torn apart and devoured by him. But you destroyed the Golden Jade Pavilion. Yi Jianzhong will not let it go, Yi Qianhe said with some worry. At this time, he was completely standing on Yi Shiwen's side. This matter was obviously caused by the people of the Golden Jade Pavilion. I'm not strong enough now. Otherwise, that old guy won't be able to escape. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and revealed a murderous intention. You can't think like this. Yi Jianzhong is different from others. He is a person with a position in the law enforcement hall. He is different from those idle people. If something happens, even the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall will be shocked. Yi Qianhe said quickly, Don't worry. If I really want to kill that old guy, I have a way to do it unknowingly. Even if they know that I did it, do they have evidence? Yi Shiwen sneered. If he really killed Yi Jianzhong, he could not wait to let the Golden Jade Pavilion know. If the Golden Jade Pavilion did not know that he did it, it would be boring. As for the likes of Prince Jean and Prince Yu, sooner or later, they would have to face each other. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, it did not matter. Yi Qianhe sighed and looked at Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, he felt that it was not without reason that Yi Shiwen could achieve what he had today. If it were an ordinary person who would dare to think like this, let alone dare to do it? Anyway, Prince Jean and Prince, you are still a very big threat. Even among the younger generation, I have never heard of Prince Jean and Prince Yu losing to anyone except the 5 tyrants. Either one of them can form a small organization and run amok. But now that they have joined hands to form the Golden Jade Pavilion, their power is even greater. Ordinary people are not willing to provoke them. Yi Qianhe said, It would be best if the grievances between you can be resolved. You are all geniuses of the Yi family. No matter who is lost, it will only benefit the outsiders. He was still the loyal Yi Qianhe. In his opinion, the Yi family was the most important. He could let go of everything else, no matter what kind of grievances. If possible, I don't want to cause trouble everywhere. But since they dare to covet my 9 revolutions' mysterious golden pill, they must be prepared to use their blood to irrigate it. Yi Shiwen said seriously. As for reconciliation, do you think there is any room for reconciliation between us? If they want to swallow me, I will make them lose all their teeth. Yi Shiwen was naturally prepared to have a full-scale conflict with Prince Jean and Prince Yu when he went out. The law enforcement heavenly prison was protected by the law enforcement hall. Prince Jean and Prince Yu were not members of the law enforcement hall, so they could not come in. At most, they could only play tricks in the dark. But once he went out, the conflict could not be concealed, and it might directly erupt. Although there were still the higher-ups of the Yi family watching outside, everything was hard to say. He had to be fully prepared. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, since trouble was already on him, he had to be ready to fight with all his strength. Even in the worst-case scenario, he had already planned to escape from the Yi family and wander around. Yi Qianhe did not continue to persuade him. He could see that Yi Shiwen's character was absolutely the kind of person who would rather break than bend. He was not a person who would lower his head and compromise. Instead of asking him to lower his head and compromise, it would be more realistic to ask Prince Jean and Prince Yu of the Golden Jade Pavilion to put down their dignity and not pursue the matter. But was this possible? Obviously not. Therefore, the conflict between the 2 sides was almost impossible to resolve unless the higher-ups forcefully suppressed it. Let's not talk about this first. Anyway, thank you for your help during this period of time. Otherwise, I would not even have a place to stay. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Yi Qianhe hastily waved his hand and casually said, It's nothing. I just can't stand the arrogance of those people from the Golden Jade Pavilion. Yi Shiwen did not say much. Although Yi Qianhe said it lightly, He knew that covering up for him was also a big risk. It might offend the Golden Jade Pavilion and other forces. At that time, he might face their revenge. Yi Shiwen remembered all these in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes and said, "Help me arrange a place. I want to do closed-door training. When I break through to the 6th level of the Law Phase realm, I will teach that old guy Yi Jinzhong a lesson." Yi Shiwen had already entered the peak of the 5th level of the Law Phase realm. He was only one step away from the 6th level of the Law Phase realm. At that time, he would truly have the strength to fight against the masters of the 9th level of the Law Phase realm. At that time, the situation would be completely different. That was the strength that could be called the best in the Law Phase realm. He now finally understood why such a terrible environment like the law enforcement heavenly prison could become the cultivation holy land of the law enforcement hall. The reason was none other than the harsh living environment. In this kind of living environment, everyone would squeeze their potential to the highest level. Everything was just for survival. He had only been here for half a year, and he had been forced to squeeze out the potential in his body. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Okay, no problem. Yi Qianhe was very surprised. He remembered that Yi Shiwen had just broken through not long ago. How long had it been? And he was about to break through again. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. However, when Yi Qianhe was about to go out and arrange a place for Yi Shiwen, he heard a slightly cold and old voice. "Wait." Chapter 1249. Wait. A figure directly descended from the sky and swept in. When the two of them looked over, they saw a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. He had a resolute face, and his eyes were incomparably deep. His every move seemed to faintly merge with the world. If one closed their eyes, they might not even be able to discover his existence at all. Celestial Realm Master. Yi Shiwen reacted almost immediately. He had felt this kind of aura from the Yi Clan Master and other Celestial Realm Masters. But immediately he reacted. This couldn't be a Celestial Realm Master, because the Celestial Realm Master's aura was stronger and more terrifying than this. There was only one possibility, a half-step Celestial Realm Master. However, whether it was Celestial Realm or half-step Celestial Realm, there was no difference for him, because it was not a master that he could fight against. Although half-step Celestial Realm had not yet entered the Celestial Realm. After all, it was already Celestial Realm. If the Law Manifestation Master gave people the feeling that he was incompatible with this world, then the characteristic of Celestial Realm Master was that he seemed to be integrated with this world. This was the so-called unity of heaven and man. He was secretly vigilant in his heart, but his vigilance was immediately discovered by the middle-aged man. He just looked at Yi Shiwen with some amusement and said, "You are vigilant, but it's also true. If you are not vigilant with your living environment, you will be swallowed up." When Yi Shiwen heard this, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not coming for him, but the dangerous aura of the other party almost made him have a feeling of spreading the demon's wings to escape on the spot. Recently, you have made a lot of noise in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Even we, who are outside, have heard that you have destroyed the base of those people from the Golden Jade Pavilion. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. Since those people are plotting my things, then they are courting death." Yi Shiwen said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. But you are indeed a bit arrogant." A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Although he had said that Yi Shiwen was a bit rampant, but looking at his appearance, it didn't seem to be a derogatory term. In his opinion, this rampant might also be a compliment. But you don't have to be nervous. Since you're in the heavenly law enforcement prison, we won't interfere too much. So what if you guys turn the heavens upside down? The middle-aged man was extremely confident, as if everything was under his control. That leisurely and confident attitude showed that no matter how much trouble they caused, They would never be able to get out of Buddha Tathagata's Five-Finger Mountain, just like the monkey son. Yi Shiwen exhaled slightly. Sure enough, the law enforcement heavenly prison was a lawless place. There were no laws and no rules. There was only killing. If there were rules, then there was only one. Whoever had the biggest fist would be the king. In the enforcer heavenly prison, no matter how ruthless the killing was, it would not affect anything outside. In other words, if he was killed, the middle-aged man should have the same attitude. Are you elder Yi Jianshan? At this time, Yi Qianhe suddenly recognized the identity of the man. Little guy, it's rare that you can recognize me. I've been in the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison all year round. I haven't shown my face for a long time. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Qianhe in surprise. Originally, his eyes were only on Yi Shiwen, the person who had caused a big trouble. Now he had a whole new level of respect for Yi Qianhe. I've seen your portrait, and I've heard of your stories. Yi Qianhe lowered his posture. This was something he had never seen before. Obviously, he was very respectful to Yi Jianshan. That's rare. Yi Jianshan said with a smile. His eyes turned to Yi Shiwen. I've also heard about the 9 revolutions, Taishan Golden Pill. You have to be careful. There are many people who covet the 9 revolutions, Taishan Golden Pill. Although it's a worldly possession after all, there are still some people who can't accept it and insist on doing so. They don't know that they have already fallen into a disadvantageous position and let their inner demons enter their bodies. Yi Shiwen nodded. He could see that this was Yi Jianshan's kind reminder. May I know why you've come this time? Yi Shiwen didn't think that Yi Jianshan had come out just to stop him from doing closed-door training. Do you know Yi Shui? Yi Jianshan didn't answer, but asked instead. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. He hadn't seen Yi Shui for a long time. It had been almost half a year. He only knew that Yi Shui was in closed-door training. He also heard that he had entered the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison. However, Yi Shiwen hadn't heard any news about him after such a long time. He thought that he was in closed-door training, so he didn't pay much attention to him. Then I have bad news for you. Yi Shui has been taken away. Yi Jianshan said. What? How is that possible? Yi Shiwen said in surprise. What's going on? Who dares to capture the children of our Yi family in the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison? Yi Qianhe asked. It's those rebels. Yi Jianshan said. Those rebels. Yi Qianhe's face showed a look of understanding. Rebels? May I ask who these people are? Yi Shiwen asked. He hadn't been here for long. Plus, he had been in a state of being chased for half a year. Most of the time, he didn't have the time to understand many secrets. They are rebels who are trying to overthrow the rule of the Yi family. Yi Qianhe was startled and said. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally learned who these rebels were from Yi Qianhe. These people were extremely hostile to the Yi family. They had been trying to overthrow the rule of the Yi family for countless years. They were the most wanted criminals that the Yi family was after. Yi Xiao, Haishiba Gui, the old housekeeper, and others were also on the wanted list of the Yi family. However, the Yi family had let them go. These people were actually a kind of training for the children of the Yi family. Only by going through all kinds of training could the children of the Yi family grow quickly. Only then could the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison, a holy land of cultivation, truly manifest its significance. It was the existence of these people that turned the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison, from a vile place of exile to a holy land of cultivation. However, there were some people who were different. They were the so-called rebels. These people didn't often rob the children of the Yi family like Yi Xiao and others. However, they were plotting to overthrow the rule of the Yi family. They wanted to overthrow the rule of the Yi family in the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison. Every rebellion would cause a lot of losses to the Yi family. Therefore, the Yi family would strongly pursue these people. They would directly suppress any trace of them. They didn't give them any chance to grow. However, these rebels were like a cancer parasitic on the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison. There was no way to clean them up. No matter how large the cleanup operation was, they would quickly revive. Because their members were extremely hostile to the Yi family, these people were everywhere in the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison. They were captured and brought here to suffer because of the Yi family. Not only were their freedom restricted, but their cultivation was also difficult to advance. In such a vile place, it was very difficult for them to practice, even if they wanted to. Therefore, their cultivation had always been under the control of the Yi family. They had become slaves to experience for a long time. The resentment in their hearts could be imagined. However, not everyone was as extreme as those rebels. However, as long as those rebels wanted to, they could easily recruit a large number of members and revive. They were like weeds that could not be cut off, and there was no end to them. "Did Yi Shui fall into their hands?" asked Yi Shiwen. "Yes, it's not just Yi Shui. In fact, recently there are also some geniuses of the younger generation who are in their target range, including you. Why do you think that no matter where you go these days, people are constantly chasing after you? In fact, those people are among those who are chasing you." Yi Jianshan glanced at Yi Shiwen faintly and said. Yi Shiwen frowned. He didn't expect this. Originally, he thought that it was the local forces of the heavenly law enforcement, heavenly prison, and the small organizations of the Yi family's experts. He didn't expect that there were rebels among them. If he became the target of those rebels, then this matter would be big. "Why are they targeting us?" asked Yi Shiwen. "According to the information we received, they want to hypnotize you, control your mind, and then infiltrate into our Yi family, so as to lay the foundation for their rebellion," said Yi Jianshan. "In particular, you are all rare geniuses in the Yi family. Any one of you will be trained by the Yi family at a great cost. Once the rebellion is launched, not only will all the previous training of the family be in vain, but it will also cause heavy losses." Yi Shiwen nodded. He could imagine how terrifying it would be if these rebels succeeded. Once these geniuses were to be mobilized, they would become celestial realm experts who would start a rebellion in the future. Needless to say, one could imagine how much destructive power a celestial realm expert could have. "There's nothing I can do." Yi Shiwen didn't refuse and said directly. Yi Shui had helped him several times before. Yi Shiwen remembered this favor in his heart. His country had never perished. Now was the time for him to do something. "We plan to launch an encirclement and annihilation of their base," said Yi Jianshan. "And I want you to pretend to be one of their members and sneak in first. When we launch an attack from the outside, you will attack from the inside. Find those captured geniuses and rescue them if you can. If you can't do it, or they have been hypnotized, kill them on the spot." Yi Jianshan's tone was cold and ruthless. Chapter 1250. Yi Jianshan's words were cold and ruthless. If they were controlled, there would only be one outcome. They would be killed on the spot. The Yi family would not let these people live and continue to cultivate in the Yi family. Yi Shiwen's expression became serious. He already knew the meaning of this. If he was caught, the Yi family would be the same. However, sneaking in and waiting for the outside to attack was a very dangerous thing in itself. It could be said that this was a mission with a slim chance of survival. "We caught 2 of their members, so you can temporarily disguise as one of them and sneak in," Yi Jianshan said. "Of course, this is a mission with a slim chance of survival, so we will not force you to go. After all, you are also a genius of our law enforcement hall. Losing even one of you is a great loss. If you don't go, we can let others go. But no matter what, both of you must listen to my orders. Even if you don't go in as a spy, you must follow me to break that base." Yi Jianshan's tone was very tough, and there was no room for refusal. Not only Yi Shiwen, but Yi Qianhao would also be recruited. Then Yi Jianshan added, This operation is related to the rebellion, so all Yi family members above the seventh sky of law, phase, realm must listen to the recruitment. No one can refuse. Yi Shiwen thought about this matter. If he followed Yi Jianshan to fight outside, it would undoubtedly be the safest. In the worst case, he could spread his devil's wings and escape. He believed that no one could stop him. Of course, the risk was very small, but the reward would not be much. With so many people together, he would definitely not be the most eye-catching one. If he went undercover, it would be very dangerous. He could die at any time. In that base, he could not get any support. He could die at any time, but in contrast, the reward would be very big. After this mission, the law enforcement hall would also reward him according to his merits. I am willing to go undercover. Yi Shiwen thought about it and said, Good, worthy of being a good man of our Yi family. Yi Jianshan was delighted when he saw Yi Shiwen readily agree. Our law enforcement hall won't treat you unfairly after this matter is over. We will reward you with 2 desolate blood divine fruits if this matter is over. But we will reward you with 1 desolate blood divine fruit even if this matter fails. Yi Qianhe, who was watching from the side, was also a little stunned. He did not expect the law enforcement hall to be willing to reward them with a desolate blood sacred fruit. Although the desolate blood sacred fruit was a specialty of the law enforcement hall. Even the law enforcement hall didn't have many of them. That was because the desolate blood sacred fruit didn't have any specific pattern to its production. It was often the battlefield where countless skeletal beasts fought. They had a special secret method to grow it. No matter how many skeletal beasts humans killed, they couldn't grow it. In addition, those bone beast commanders were often very guarded against human warriors. These battlefields were often not known by people, so even the law enforcement hall did not have many. Rewarding 1 desolate blood sacred fruit was already a lot, let alone 2. Even for a sky human stage expert, the sacred desolate blood fruit was still a rare natural treasure. At this time, Yi Jianshan looked at Yi Qianhe, as if asking for his opinion. How dare I disobey? Yi Qianhe cupped his hands and said, All right, then you 2 come with me. We'll go and meet up. This time, we must get rid of those rebels in one go. Yi Jianshan said unquestionably. This time, the Yi family's experts were all gathered in a valley. Less than 10,000 li away from this valley was the rebels' base. Although it was thousands of miles away, for everyone, if they wanted to attack, it would be a matter of minutes. It was not too far away. At the same time, they would not be discovered because they were too close. This was just the right distance. When Yi Shiwen and the other 2 arrived, there were already thousands of masters gathered in the entire valley. All of them were masters above the 7th level of the Transcendence realm. Although Yi Jianshan was the only master above the half-step celestial realm, this lineup could be said to be extremely luxurious. Almost all the top experts of the law manifestation realm of the Yi clan in the law enforcement heavenly prison were captured in one go. It could be said that the elites had gathered. No matter how many experts there were in the rebel base, it would be difficult for them to escape the complete suppression of these terrifying experts. It was like a storm sweeping down on them. And among them, Yi Shiwen also felt a considerable number of unfriendly gazes. They were all from those who participated in the pursuit of Yi Shiwen. At this time, seeing Yi Shiwen, it could be said that they were extremely angry when they saw their enemies. And among them, the first to bear the brunt was none other than Yi Jianzhong. This old guy's gaze almost seemed to tear Yi Shiwen apart. Compared to others, he and Yi Jianzhong truly had a bitter hatred. Yi Shiwen had destroyed the base of the Golden Jade Pavilion, making him a laughingstock. It was a shame that could not be washed away. Only by killing Yi Shiwen could it be possible to quell the criticism and shame this time. Little bastard, how dare you appear in front of me? Yi Jianzhong stared coldly at Yi Shiwen, and beside him, the remaining experts of the Golden Jade Pavilion also looked at Yi Shiwen with unfriendly gazes. Old bastard, you're still not dead from anger? Yi Shiwen also said without any trace of politeness. He also wanted to kill this old guy. If he had the strength to do so, he wouldn't hesitate to kill Yi Jianzhong. He wouldn't give him any chance to escape. After so many years of experience, he absolutely could not be soft-hearted. You're courting death. Yi Jianzhong was instantly furious. Just as he was about to attack Yi Shiwen, he saw a cold gaze from Yi Jianshan. Immediately, he could only suppress the killing intent in his heart and stared coldly at Yi Shiwen. In his heart, there was also a bit of fear because they were all summoned by the message talisman, but only Yi Shiwen was personally summoned by Yi Jianshan. This difference in treatment was enough to let his imagination run wild, because in the end Yi Shiwen was the true people of the law enforcement hall. Although Prince Jean and Prince, you were powerful, and extremely talented, they were not people of the law enforcement hall after all. Needless to say, the bias of the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall was obvious. It was still okay in the law enforcement heavenly prison, but once he got out he would never have the chance to attack Yi Shiwen again, because once he attacked, he would definitely face a thunderous attack from the higher-ups. One was a person who only cultivated to the 9th heaven of the law manifestation realm for thousands of years, and the other was a future star who had the qualifications to enter the celestial being realm in the future and had a promising future. It was almost needless to say how the higher-ups would choose. Therefore, he could not wait to find Yi Shiwen. Even if it caused an uproar and everyone knew about it, he did not care, because he knew that there were not many opportunities. Now, everything must be based on the extermination of this rebellion. I don't care what kind of grievances you have. At this time, you must let it go, or don't blame me for personally suppressing you. Yi Jianshan said coldly, glancing at the two separately. But in the eyes of the people of the Golden Jade Pavilion, the meaning of this bias towards Yi Shiwen was already very obvious. Their faces were full of dissatisfaction. So many of their people were dead and injured. Did they not even have the right to roar? But who was Yi Jianshan? He was the only master of the half-step celestial being realm present. He never considered who to explain to when he did things, and these people were not qualified. Yes, Yi Shiwen said and cupped his hands. Yi Jianshan nodded with satisfaction. This time, many of our disciples have been captured by them. These rebels actually want to control these Yi clan disciples and enter our Yi clan. It is really wishful thinking. These people should have been sent to the afterlife long ago. Now is the right time for us to send them to the afterlife. Yi Jianshan looked at the crowd and said, "Kill these lowly sinners. It is best to kill all of them. They should not have been given any chance at all." These masters of the Yi clan had already known the content of this mission from the previous notice. At this time, they were also bursting with righteous indignation. These people were the hawks in the Yi clan. They advocated that all enemies should be treated with toughness, not leaving any chance for them. And this time before the operation, we will send 2 people to infiltrate as undercover agents to cooperate with us. Yi Jianshan glanced at the crowd and said, At this time, everyone began to look for who was so unlucky. There was no need to think about this mission. It was definitely a mission with a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. If they wanted to break into this stronghold, with such a huge force of the Yi clan, they could definitely crush all the enemies easily. But this was from the outside. If they wanted to go undercover, it would really be a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. It was purely a job to send themselves to death. Who was so unlucky? But soon, the 2 unlucky people had already come forward. It was Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe. This time Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe will go undercover as pioneers, waiting for an opportunity to rescue the Yi clan's disciples who have been captured. Yi Jianshan said, Of course, we will not mistreat them. Regardless of success or failure, they will be rewarded with desolate blood divine fruits. Desolate blood divine fruits. Everyone was a little shocked, but then they calmed down. Desolate, blood-divine fruits were good, but one must be alive to enjoy them. In particular, Yi Jianzhong and the people of the Golden Jade Pavilion looked at Yi Shiwen as if they were looking at two dead people. It seemed as if they were looking at two dead people. After this matter is settled, I will report everyone's merits. When that time comes, there will be no lack of benefits for everyone. Yi Jianzhong glanced at the crowd and said, "These people belong to many small groups and organizations. At this time, it was necessary to unite them and use them as a rope." "Yes." Everyone replied one after another. Chapter 1251. On a barren land, two figures were flying in the air. In the distance, there was an endless mountain range. Just like the other mountain ranges, it was barren and lifeless. It was like a dead land surrounded by death. Among the two, one looked like a yellow-skinned young man, and the other was a tall, middle-aged man. "Yi Shiwen, when we go in, we must be careful." At this time, the tall, middle-aged man said, "This person was none other than Yi Qianhe in disguise." The other yellow-skinned young man was Yi Shiwen. Compared to Yi Qianhe's disguise, Yi Shiwen's disguise was obviously better. The pattern of a sinner on his forehead was faintly discernible, as if he was a real sinner. "Well, when the time comes, just follow me," Yi Shiwen said. Right now, he was a real leader, a leader who could lead a group of heroes. It had only been a moment since they came out, and they had already arrived less than 1,000 miles away from this station. For them, who were rushing at full speed, this was not too much of a distance. Originally, it would be safer to send a master at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm to go undercover. Unless they encountered a master half a step into the celestial realm, they could always escape unscathed. However, the two traitors caught by Yi Jianshan were at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm. In order to make it more realistic, they asked Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe to go together. "Who is it? Stop!" At this time, more than a dozen figures appeared in the sky. They were all masters at the 7th and 8th level of the law manifestation realm. They seemed to be on guard in this area. Even a person who had just approached was discovered. These people faintly formed a battle array and surrounded the two of them. Yi Shiwen calmly took out an ID tag from his waist and showed it in front of them. "I am Huang Jiwei. I just finished a mission. This is my partner, Ma Tianwen," Yi Shiwen said. A master at the 8th level of the law phase realm flew down and looked at the waist tag that Yi Shiwen took out. After confirming that there was no mistake, he exchanged a few secret signals with Yi Shiwen and then sent a message talisman into the mountain. Obviously, he was confirming Yi Shiwen's identity, but soon he got a reply. It should be confirmed that these two people were indeed there, so his face toward Yi Shiwen immediately became a little kinder. Yi Qianhe's body was tense at this time. He was so nervous that he was about to die. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen had a relaxed look on his face. Little did he know that Yi Shiwen was thinking that if he was exposed, he would kill all these people and leave calmly. He didn't have Yi Shiwen's strength, so it was naturally impossible for him to have such a relaxed mentality. The more relaxed they were, the less suspicious they would be. In their opinion, it was time to relax after returning home. The master at the 8th level of the law phase realm regarded Yi Shiwen as one of his own. He approached and asked, "You guys have worked hard. Did you catch a disciple of the Yi family in this mission?" "I didn't catch him. That disciple of the Yi family was too violent. In the end, I got angry and killed him directly. I don't know how I will be punished by the higher-ups when I go back." Yi Shiwen's face showed a bit of distress, as if it was real. Before Yi Shiwen came, he had already read Huang Jiwei's memory through magical power. Huang Jiwei and Ma Tianwen's mission was to capture a genius of the Yi family. In the end, because the disciple of the Yi family was too violent, Huang Jiwei killed him directly on a whim. The only difference was that the two of them were captured by the disciples of the Yi family who arrived later. Now they were completely prisoners. Falling into the hands of the disciples of the Yi family, It didn't matter if he was willing or not, because there were ways to read his memory directly if he was unwilling. It was just that doing so would hurt his brain. But would the people of the Yi family care if these people's brains were hurt? Of course not. After Yi Jianshan personally destroyed the barrier in their minds, there were naturally no secrets. It's nothing. So what if many of the Yi family's disciples died? We've caught countless of them over the years. I've killed at least 10 so-called geniuses of the Yi family. So what? The master of the 8th level of the law manifestation realm said indifferently, "If you are unhappy, you can kill one of them." At the side, Yi Qianhe lowered his head so that no one could see his eyes. At this moment, his eyes revealed an ominous glint, and he wished for nothing more than to kill these people. However, he also knew that this was not a good time. As the saying went, a little impatience would spoil a great plan. Yi Shiwen sneered in his heart, but he said, "That's right. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Those disciples of the Yi family treat us as slaves to gain experience. They come in wave after wave. Isn't that enough? What does it matter if we die? But now we 2 brothers have to go back to face the higher-ups." "Sigh," Yi Shiwen said with a sigh. "Then let's not talk anymore. We will leave first." When Yi Shiwen brought Yi Qianhe and Yi Qianhe into the mountain, one of the masters touched his head and said, "Why do I feel that these 2 people are a bit strange?" The master of the 8th level of the law manifestation realm said indifferently, "What's so strange about it? There are all kinds of people in the Revolutionary Army. This is very normal." Damn it, these traitors should all die. In the mountain, Yi Qianhe gritted his teeth and said, he didn't know how many disciples of the Yi family had died tragically in the hands of these traitors. He grew up in the Yi family and had an extraordinary sense of honor for the family. At this time, he was simply furious. "Silence! These traitors can forget about leaving this time. We don't have to worry." Yi Shiwen comforted him. At this time, the 2 of them landed on the mountain. They glanced at the mountain range. It looked ordinary, but if they looked carefully, they could see that this mountain range was densely covered with all kinds of formations. If they weren't careful, they could die here. After hearing Yi Shiwen's words, Yi Qianhe didn't say anything. The 2 of them entered the cave. The entrance wasn't very big, about 5 or 6 meters wide. But after entering, it was a completely different world. After reading Huang Jiwei's and Ma Tianwen's memories, the 2 of them didn't feel the slightest bit unfamiliar with the place, and they walked in with familiarity. After entering the cave, there was a very long mountain path that connected to the inside of the mountain. Although it was a mountain path, it was actually very wide. It was unknown how many years it had been dug for, but it was at least a few hundred meters wide. There were many traders going in and out. These people all had a somewhat ferocious expression on their faces. They were arrogant and unruly. None of them were good people. However, when they saw the 2 of them, their faces revealed a somewhat flattering expression. Even among these traders, the law manifestation 8th level experts were of high status. They were not comparable to the transcendent realm 8th or 9th level experts. However, the 2 of them didn't pretend to be polite. They directly passed through the path and entered the mountain's interior. The entire mountain path was surrounded by many torture tools. Many disciples of the Yi family were placed on the torture tools, being tortured day and night. Screams were endless. Yi Qianhe's fists were already white from clenching them so tightly that the bones of his knuckles were visible. Seeing the Yi family disciples being tortured, his eyes were about to crack. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen was much calmer. He directly transmitted his voice to Yi Qianhe. "Calm down first. It's easy to be seen through like this." Yi Qianhe calmed down. He knew that Yi Shiwen was right. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't show it at this time. If they were seen through, they would die without a doubt. Anyway, these people would definitely die later. There was no need to be angry over the dead. Speaking of which, there is no lack of tough bones among the Yi clan's disciples. Just look at that Yi Shui who was captured for more than a month. He actually clenched his teeth and endured all the punishments. TSK, TSK, those punishments made me shudder. He was actually able to endure it. He's really tough. At this time, several people walked past Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe. The content of their conversation made Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe's footsteps slightly stagnant. Exactly. But he's not an ordinary person, since he can make a name for himself in a place like the Yi family. But he's almost there. If we weren't afraid of injuring his brain and turning him into an idiot, it would be too easy to control him. But those people of the Yi family are definitely not idiots. If they really injure their brain and turn into an idiot, they won't pay attention to them even if they go back. But for more than a month, Master Phantom Fox has been hypnotizing him day and night. It won't take long for him to be completely hypnotized. Another person giggled. What genius. In the end, isn't it the same? He will become our slave and running dog. Those people from the Yi family probably never dreamed that the genius in their eyes has become our running dog. Those people gradually walked away. Their voices also gradually faded away. Yi Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. At least he knew that Yi Shui hadn't been controlled. There was still a chance to rescue him. According to Yi Jianshan, if Yi Shui had been controlled, then there was only one outcome, and that was to be killed on the spot. Such people were even more dangerous because they were lurking within the Yi family. On the surface, there seemed to be no problem, but in fact, they were no longer the original people. But soon, he calmed down and didn't care about Yi Shui. They had to deal with the rebel leader first. They had to deal with the failure of capturing the Yi family disciples first. This was the real test. If their identities were exposed, they wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 1252. Yi Shiwen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he walked along the mountain path with Yi Qianhe. As the two of them walked deeper, the strength of the rebels they encountered gradually became stronger. Gradually, they couldn't see any transcendent realm experts anymore. Only law manifestation realm warriors could be seen. These rebels became even more unruly and unruly. Yi Shiwen walked along the mountain path according to Huang Jiwei's memory. Seeing the two of them, the rebels were very indifferent. Some of them even seemed to be gloating. Even among the rebels, the competition between them was very intense. At this time, it was a good thing for them that the two of them failed their mission. You're here? The leader is very unhappy today. You better explain why you failed. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe arrived at a palace within the mountain. A law manifestation 9th level expert came forward and sternly said to the two of them. The two of them nodded with a serious expression. The expert didn't care much. He only thought that the two of them were afraid of being punished for failing their mission. The two of them took a deep breath and walked into the palace. According to Huang Jiwei's memory, the two of them didn't even dare to raise their heads after entering the palace. After stepping into the main hall, they bowed and said, "Greetings, leader!" There was no need for the two of them to kneel. After all, they were both law manifestation 8th level experts. They had their own pride. It wasn't a wise leader to humiliate their subordinates like this. Of course, it would be fine if they did it willingly. However, these rebels were the most unruly and unruly among the sinners. They were also the least likely to submit to others. Humph. The two of them only heard a cold snort. The cold snort turned into waves of sound waves that caused their clothes to flutter. The sound waves poured into their eardrums, causing their ears to buzz. Leader, please forgive us. We really did our best. It's all that Yi family brat's fault. He's stubborn and would rather die than surrender. Yi Shiwen quickly explained. His tone was filled with fear. He copied Huang Jiwei's words perfectly. With Huang Jiwei's memory as a foundation, he wouldn't give himself away in this aspect. Why didn't you just bring him back? That ice-cold voice finally spoke. It was the voice of a slightly hoarse middle-aged man, but Yi Shiwen still didn't raise his head. He had a look of fear and trepidation on his face, so he still couldn't see the appearance of this person. Leader, the situation was too urgent at that time. We had already alerted some other members of the Yi family. There was no time to capture him, so we could only choose to kill him to avoid exposing our secret. Yi Shiwen continued to speak in fear and trepidation. These things were all true. The highest level of lying was 90% truth and 10% falsehood, and that 10% falsehood was the key. Huang Jiwei and the others had indeed killed the Yi family disciples on the spot. The only difference was that they had not been able to escape in the end. Instead, they had been captured and all their secrets had been read. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shiwen felt a tyrannical divine thought sweep over his body. It was as if it wanted to see through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys in an instant. There was no way to resist it. Fortunately, he had already thought of this situation before coming and had also put on a disguise. But even so, Yi Shiwen's back was drenched in sweat in an instant because he didn't know whether these disguises would work or not. If they didn't work, he could only unleash his full power, take out the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber, and rush out. He even thought of using the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber to sneak attack this leader. Even if he was an expert, half a step into the celestial realm, if he was attacked by the Emergence Immortal Exterminating Saber directly, he would probably be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. But that was a choice made as a last resort. He wouldn't make that choice unless it was the last resort. Yi Qianhe, who was next to him, was also so nervous that his whole body was tense. But that divine thought only swept over them once, and it didn't seem to find any flaws, so it was withdrawn. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest problem of this undercover operation was that they had to get past this expert half a step into the celestial realm. After that, the danger later would be much smaller. After the leader pondered for a moment, he unexpectedly didn't continue to lose his temper. Perhaps it was also because he considered that an expert at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm was a rare talent, even among the rebels. This time your mission failed. Originally, your martial arts should have been abolished, and you would be demoted to useless people. But considering that you kept our secret and didn't let the Yi family's lackeys discover our secret, it can be considered redeeming your merit. For this mission failure, I will deduct 1,000,000 contribution points from you. Do you have any objections? The leader said. As he spoke, a great pressure crushed over the two of them. The pressure of a half step into the celestial realm was a great deterrent for the two of them. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen found that Yi Qianhe, who was next to him, was showing signs of being unable to withstand it. With the protection of divinity, although he pretended to be in pain, the pressure had no effect on him at all. It could only penetrate the surface of his body before it was blocked by the divinity. Whatever discomfort he felt was just an act. But for Yi Qianhe, facing the pressure of a half step into the celestial realm was really a very uncomfortable thing. Yi Shiwen even caught a glimpse of some fine and dense cracks on his face. Although it was not obvious, it was enough to make Yi Shiwen break out in a cold sweat. At this time, Yi Qianhe couldn't help but use his martial arts to resist the pressure. At the same time, he used his martial arts to constantly repair the disguise on his body. If the disguise broke under this pressure, their identities would immediately be exposed. There was no doubt about it. At this time, the leader also seemed to have noticed Yi Qianhe's abnormal state, and looked over with some doubt. At this time, Yi Shiwen calmly stepped forward and blocked the majority of the coercion that Yi Qianhe was enduring. Suddenly, Yi Qianhe revealed a much better expression. The numerous cracks on his face also began to repair one by one. Yi Shiwen also breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Leader is wise and mighty. You dealt with this fairly. We are already lucky to have escaped this disaster. How could we dare not accept it?" As long as they got through this, nothing else mattered at all. As for the contribution points of the traders, they could deduct them however they wanted. So what if they were all deducted? Why would he care? At least you know what's good for you. But don't think this matter is over. Soon, new tasks will be arranged for you. If you still can't complete them, then you'll have to die," the leader said coldly. However, the leader seemed to still have some doubts. He couldn't see any flaws in Yi Shiwen, but he seemed to have found something suspicious in Yi Qianhe. Yi Shiwen could also feel it, and his suspicious gaze fell on Yi Qianhe. "Yes, then we will take our leave first," Yi Shiwen said hurriedly, not daring to stay any longer. He couldn't guarantee how much longer Yi Qianhe could resist. If Yi Qianhe collapsed, then all their efforts would have been for naught. He had no other way but to escape. Yi Qianhe was about to turn around and leave as if he had been pardoned. "Wait!" Suddenly the leader spoke. He had long suspected that there might be a problem between the two. At this time, he finally couldn't help but shout. Yi Shiwen's body froze and instantly became extremely tense. He even had the urge to wake Yi Mo and activate the emergent's immortal exterminating saber. On the other hand, Yi Qianhe's side was showing signs of collapse. He had been enduring the crushing pressure of the leader's pressure all this time, and at this time he couldn't hold on any longer. With his back to the leader, his eyes were lifeless. This time, they were bound to be discovered. If they were discovered, then they could only choose to fight to the death. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion came from the top of the mountain. The violent vibration could even be felt in this palace. The two's faces lit up. Yi Jianshan and the others had launched an attack outside. Sure enough, the leader's attention was originally on the two, but now he was suddenly attracted by the strange movements outside. "Leader, it's not good. A large number of Yi clan experts have surrounded us." The 9th level Transcendence Realm expert, who had been guarding outside, received the report and hurriedly ran in to report. "What? How did the Yi clan find this place? Could it be that you two brought them in?" The leader was furious, and his suspicious gaze fell on the two. After all, this place was relatively hidden. It had not been discovered by the Yi clan for many years. How could it be so coincidental that the Yi clan had discovered it today? Yi Shiwen quickly turned around and cupped his hands, looking as if he had been wronged. "I'm innocent. This is impossible. We have confirmed that it is absolutely impossible for anyone to follow us." At this time, he finally saw the appearance of the leader. It was a middle-aged man with a ferocious face. At this time, his eyes wandered between the two of them, as if he was wondering if they were the ones who had brought them here. Boom! 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 The attacks from above became more and more intense, breaking through several formations. Then, a terrifying coercion of the half-step celestial realm swept down, causing his expression to change. A half-step celestial realm expert had made a move, so he had no choice but to ignore it. The gap between the half-step celestial realm and the transcendence realm was huge. If there was no half-step celestial realm expert making a move, it was simply invincible. So, after thinking about it, he did not continue to entangle himself with the two. His figure directly turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the palace. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally passed this hurdle, especially Yi Qianhe, whose body had some undetectable cracks and almost collapsed. Chapter 1253. The expert at the 9th level of the Law Phase realm did not stay for long and quickly left the palace. "Traitors, accept your death!" Yi Jianshan's roar came from outside, and the huge shock was transmitted directly into the palace. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe looked at each other, feeling lucky to have survived a disaster. If Yi Jianshan had not launched an attack in time, they might have died here today. "I'm sorry I couldn't resist the coercion and gave myself away," Yi Qianhe said. "No worries, it's all in the past." Yi Shiwen grinned and said he knew very well that the leader wanted to repel the Yi clan's attack and then deal with the two suspicious people. But did he still have a chance? Yi Shiwen knew very well that he did not have a chance. The Yi clan had gathered so many experts just to launch a thunderous attack. How could they give him a chance to turn the situation around? After escaping this disaster, as long as they were careful and didn't encounter the experts at the 9th level of the law phase realm, they should not be in much danger if they saw through their identity. Now that the outside has launched an attack, it's up to us. If they find out that things are not going well, they may kill all the Yi clan's disciples. We must save as many as we can before that happens. Yi Shiwen said. This was the real reason why Yi Jianshan had sent the 2 undercover agents. It was not difficult to break through the station. With Yi Jianshan's means, it would not take long. But even if they broke through, the Yi clan's disciples inside would be slaughtered. None of them would be able to escape. Well, let's go. Time is of the essence. Yi Qian has said. Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen quickly walked out of the palace. Along the way, all kinds of experts were hurriedly coming in and out of the palace. They were hesitating when the people of Yi clan suddenly found them here. They suddenly became nervous. Although each and every one of them was arrogant and unruly, and each and every one of them clamored to take revenge on Yi clan, but the terror of Yi clan had always shrouded their hearts and hadn't truly eased even for a moment. It was like an incomparably terrifying shadow that simply couldn't be dispelled. It was a terrifying legend. So although these rebels were very arrogant, they could only be insolent in the shadows. They were like street rats. They didn't dare to expose themselves. Under the authority of the Yi clan, these people were arrogant, but at the same time, they were also very self-abased. Under the authority of the Yi clan, they had to bow their heads. For countless years, the Yi clan was the master of this region. They were also the only master. No one could overthrow the rule of the Yi clan. Before they were discovered by the Yi clan, they could still be unscrupulous. However, once they were discovered by the Yi clan, they immediately panicked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. A sense of panic enveloped this place, making it seem like a land of despair. Both of them appeared inconspicuous among these people. All the powerful experts were running towards the outside of the cave, whether it was to defend against the enemy or not. Bang! Yi Shiwen kicked open the door of a cell. Several rebels were abusing a disciple of the Yi clan inside. They were startled when they saw Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen rushing in. What are you doing? However, before they finished speaking, a golden light flashed by and a few bloody lights flashed. These few transcendent realm warriors were directly beaten into a bloody mist. They weren't Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. Yi clan's disciples who were being abused didn't have the time to figure out what was going on. They saw a golden light flash, and they disappeared from the entire prison cell. They entered Yi Shiwen's Tianyuan mirror. Time was of the essence. He didn't have time to explain anything to those people. While the mountainside was in a state of chaos, he would save as many people as he could. The 2 of them exited the cell with lightning speed. At this time, the entire mountainside was in a state of chaos. Hence, those people didn't notice the changes here at all. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qian's speed was extremely fast. Those who stayed behind to guard the place were mostly transcendent realm warriors. Even if there were occasionally law manifestation realm warriors, there were very few of them, let alone Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe, who were already at the 8th level of law manifestation realm. Victory and defeat were often decided in an instant. Although these transcendent realm experts were stronger than those outside, they were no different from chicks in front of Yi Shiwen. As for those below the transcendent realm, they weren't qualified to be thrown into the law enforcement heavenly prison. They were usually executed on the spot. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe were very efficient. In a short while, they had already rescued more than 30 Yi clan disciples. In reality, there weren't many Yi clan disciples in the mountainside. After all, many of them had been tortured to death. There was no way for them to survive. After a short while, Yi Shiwen had almost subdued them. At this time, no matter how chaotic the mountainside was, they discovered something amiss. The cells that held the Yi clan disciples were all broken, and the Yi clan experts were nowhere to be seen. The people who were being held captive had all died tragically. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. He was even faster than them. As a result, they didn't find any clues at all. Since Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe were pretending to be the two traitors, most people wouldn't suspect them even if they saw them. The Yi clan disciples had already been absorbed into the Tianyuan mirror by Yi Shiwen. Hence, nothing could be seen from their appearances. Finally, Yi Shiwen arrived at the cells that held the important figures of the Yi clan disciples. The two glanced at each other and opened the door. They heard a cold shout from inside. "Who are you? How dare you step into the cell?" Yi Shiwen looked up and saw an old man in white. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a somewhat ferocious look on his face, and there was a trace of tyrannical coercion coming from his body. At this time he was glaring at Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe, who had barged in. The two secretly cursed in their hearts. Damn, it's a Transcendence 9th level expert! None of them expected that there would be a Transcendence 9th level expert hiding here. At this time, Yi Shiwen immediately searched Huang Jiwei's memory and found that this old man in white was the phantom fox that the traders had mentioned before. This expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, who was proficient in illusions and hypnosis, also had a very high status among the rebels. Because his ability was very special, even ordinary experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm could only be slaughtered by him if they fell for his illusions. So, although he was only at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, in terms of status, it was almost comparable to experts at the half-step Celestial realm. So, even though Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe were experts at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm, he casually reprimanded them. In his opinion, they were really no different from subordinates. "What the hell are you two doing?" The phantom fox snorted coldly. He unconsciously used illusions, almost making the two hallucinate. Suddenly, the two of them were shocked. Just a cold snort could actually make them hallucinate. The use of this illusion had already reached the peak of perfection. No wonder with the strength of a mere 9th level of the Transcendence realm, he could actually be on an equal footing with a half-step Celestial realm. Yi Qianhe looked a bit absent-minded, but Yi Shiwen immediately reacted. Those illusions were about to rush into Yi Shiwen's divine sense, but they were blocked by bursts of 5-colored divine light from the enlightening mind ancient tree. They couldn't really hypnotize Yi Shiwen. Because of the Mingxin ancient tree in front of him and the mysterious space behind him, Yi Shiwen's divine sense could not be affected by illusions at all. "Master Phantom Fox, the leader wants you to go out and help. The Yi family experts outside are attacking more and more urgently. He hopes that you can go out and help," Yi Shiwen quickly said. The Phantom Fox was a bit surprised that Yi Shiwen was able to break free from his illusion technique so quickly, but he was only a little bit surprised. He then coldly snorted and said, "Really, I almost succeeded in hypnotizing Yi Shui of Yi Clan, but now you want me to go outside and help them? Make them wait. Master Phantom Fox, it is very urgent. The leader needs your help." Yi Shiwen continued to say, "Nonsense. Do I need you to teach me how to do things?" Huan, who snorted coldly, his eyes widened as waves of spiritual energy swept out. Although he was slightly weaker than the other experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, he was still an expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. His strength was undeniable. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a burst of spiritual power sweeping over him like a tide. It seemed as if it wanted to destroy his brain in an instant, leaving no way for him to survive. The violent temper of this phantom fox was simply unimaginable. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was a master at the 8th level of the law phase realm, they would not be able to resist this spiritual attack. They would become an idiot in an instant. However, his opponent was Yi Shiwen, so he was directly stopped by the Mingxin ancient tree. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He instantly attacked. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he directly rushed toward the phantom fox. Chapter 1254. A murderous intent flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. He immediately attacked. His figure was as fast as lightning as he pounced toward the Phantom Fox. The Phantom Fox was feeling proud of himself. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to dare to attack him. He was completely unprepared. Yi Shiwen attacked deliberately. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of the Phantom Fox. Bang! Yi Shiwen directly punched the Phantom Fox. Even though he was an expert at the ninth sky of the Transcendence Realm, he was more proficient in illusions than this kind of face-to-face combat. In the past, no matter what kind of enemy he faced, they would have a headache when facing his illusions. This was because his illusions had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Perhaps a meaningless snort could create an illusion scene and make people fall into it. Therefore, he was usually successful when facing experts at the ninth sky of the Transcendence Realm. Only those with extremely strong willpower could break free in a short period of time. Even so, he had never encountered someone like Yi Shiwen, who was completely unaffected by his illusions and directly rushed toward him. The Phantom Fox wasn't good at physical combat. After his illusions were useless, his strength immediately dropped by several levels. Even so, he was much stronger than an expert at the peak of the eighth sky of the Transcendence Realm. It was a pity that Yi Shiwen's combat strength could even sweep away experts at the peak of the eighth sky of the Transcendence Realm. Uft! The Phantom Fox directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Its body staggered backward. This mouthful of blood seemed to have turned into a giant beast with a large bloody mouth. It directly pounced toward Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen shook his head slightly. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. The giant beast with a large bloody mouth only spat out a mouthful of blood. What giant beast? It didn't exist at all. Yi Shiwen was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the Phantom Fox's illusions to have reached such a high level. Any random movement could cause people to fall into the illusion. If it wasn't a freak like him who had the Mingxin ancient tree, it would have been long dead if it was someone like Yi Qianhe. He took a step forward and punched again. The power of the stars in his hand began to twine around his fist, turning into a huge star. It came crashing down with unparalleled power. Boom! The Phantom Fox saw that its illusions didn't work on Yi Shiwen at all. It immediately raised its hand and emitted countless qi to block Yi Shiwen's shattered star fist. Terrifying sound waves accompanied the qi and swept in all directions. It instantly shook the entire cave. Even though the cave was reinforced by countless arrays, it still showed signs of collapsing in the face of such a terrifying battle. The cave residence was mainly used to prevent illusions from spreading. It was not intended to face such a battle. At this time, Yi Qianhe had already emerged from the illusion of the Phantom Fox. He had already quietly rescued Yi Shui and a few other important geniuses of the Yi clan. The concert hall was very large, and it was more than enough to hide them. However, the Phantom Fox could only watch helplessly as Yi Qianhe rescued him. There was nothing he could do because he was completely entangled by Yi Shiwen. The Phantom Wave as in Yi. Yi 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 Wen. Yu as and Feng as the air as he could. Yi Yi as Fox was. However, he was not angry. Instead, he was happy. He laughed and said, "Good, good." This punch gave him a hearty feeling. Previously, he couldn't even fight to his heart's content when facing experts at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm. With a single punch, those warriors at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm would be directly killed by him. And he couldn't beat those experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm. This feeling of being stuck in the middle made him very uncomfortable. However, the Phantom Fox was an excellent opponent. It was considered a powerhouse among the experts at the 9th level of the Law Phase realm. However, after the illusions failed, its strength dropped very quickly. Although it was still slightly stronger than Yi Shiwen, it was a good opponent. And just now, Yi Shiwen realized that the 1/3 of the energy left by the desolate blood holy fruit in his body was starting to show signs of dissolving. It made him feel like he was about to break through to the 6th sky of the Transcendence Realm. This was an excellent sparring partner. Who are you? How dare you trespass here? When the leader comes back, you are dead. The phantom fox glared at Yi Shiwen. Come back? He still wants to come back? By then, let alone him. Even your rat nest will be wiped out. Yi Shiwen said with a smile, You are not a member of the Revolutionary Army. You are a disciple of the Yi family. At this time, the phantom fox suddenly reacted and said, Who else would dare to trespass here and say such words other than a disciple of the Yi family? Hee, that's right. Yi Shiwen smiled and directly removed his disguise. Since he had already been seen through, then there was no point in continuing to disguise himself. Yi Shiwen. At this time, the extremely weak Yi Shui recognized Yi Shiwen. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He had never thought that he would need Yi Shiwen to save him one day. Although he had acknowledged Yi Shiwen's existence and thought that his future was limitless, he thought that Yi Shiwen would at most be on par with him. But now he had become a prisoner, and Yi Shiwen was killing everyone in midair. The phantom fox that had almost hypnotized him was in a very difficult situation under Yi Shiwen's hands. All of this had subverted his initial perception. At this time, in addition to Yi Shiwen, Yi Qianhe was also killing. The rebel masters who dared to come were fighting with him. Although Yi Qianhe seemed weak compared to Yi Shiwen, he was still very strong. The rebel masters who dared to come were at most at the 4th or 5th level of the law phase realm. They could not even block one move from him. He twisted their heads off. The experts who were above the 7th level of the law phase realm had been sent to the cave entrance to block the Yi family's sneak attack. Boom! 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 The entire mountain trembled violently. The battle outside had reached its climax. The aftermath of the battle that seeped into the cave was enough to kill some transcendent realm warriors. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Some huge rocks fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Even the impregnable mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse. At this time, Yi Shiwen shouted, Go and save the other trapped disciples of the Yi family. Leave this place to me. At this time, a large number of experts had already left. There were only a few experts left. It was rare to see someone like the phantom fox who dared to disobey orders. With Yi Qianhe's strength, if his luck wasn't that bad, he could easily defeat them. As for Yi Shui and the others, the Tianyuan mirror's bloodlight had already washed over them. Although Yi Qianhe had spatial equipment, it could only store non-living things. It was far from being comparable to the Tianyuan mirror. Damn it! The phantom fox was enraged. He watched as Yi Shiwen brought the others away. He immediately launched an attack towards Yi Shiwen. Although the phantom fox was only proficient in illusion techniques and wasn't proficient in any other martial arts, it was impossible for an expert to cultivate to the 9th level of the law phase realm to be ordinary. He launched an ordinary punch, but it contained an extremely high level of martial arts understanding. At his level, it was normal for him to comprehend by analogy. It was just that he rarely had the opportunity to use the martial arts he learned. The horrifying aura drilled a hole in the air. It was extremely horrifying. The air vibrated violently, emitting crackling sounds. Yi Shiwen didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he ferociously punched the Big Bang Stardust Fist. Boom! 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 The two sides were like needles in an awl. No one would give in. In the beginning, the phantom fox completely gained the upper hand by relying on the tyrannical suppression of the 9th level of the law phase realm. However, as the remaining 1/3 of the desolate blood divine fruit's energy in Yi Shiwen's body was constantly shaken and dissolved by the battle, then absorbed by Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen's strength actually soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the phantom fox was more and more shocked. He didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so abnormal. His strength could actually increase during the battle. If this continued, wouldn't he have a breakthrough? If he didn't have a breakthrough, they could still fight. However, once he had a breakthrough, the situation would be completely opposite. Unlike the Phantom Fox, Yi Shiwen was excited. He could feel his strength actually increasing bit by bit. He was originally at the peak of the 5th level of the Law Phase realm. Now he was even more tyrannical. Even the Phantom Fox was gradually being defeated by him. In other words, the Phantom Fox was slowly showing signs of defeat. On the contrary, Yi Shiwen seemed like he had just started the battle. His combat power was maintained at its peak. His spirit didn't show any signs of decline. This was the root cause of the Phantom Fox's fear. It was because Yi Shiwen was like an unkillable robot. After a few more punches, the Phantom Fox directly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was directly injured by Yi Shiwen. Then, he directly fled without looking back. Although he wasn't outstanding in all aspects of martial arts, his qigong was still excellent. In an instant, he wanted to turn into a white light and escape. Unfortunately, he encountered Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's speed was even more abnormal than his. He directly stepped on a golden light and immediately chased after the Phantom Fox. A sword aura condensed in his hand and suddenly slashed down. Boom! The Phantom Fox screamed directly. His entire body was cut in half and he died on the spot. Chapter 1255. Yi Shiwen only felt that his entire body was unobstructed. As the energy of the desolate blood holy fruit continued to spread out, his limbs and bones felt refreshed. After killing the Phantom Fox, all of its wealth fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. As expected, compared to the Gui Bian duo, who were experts at the 8th level of the Transcendence realm, the Phantom Fox, who was a high-ranking figure among the rebels, had far more wealth than them. His wealth totaled to more than 1 billion spirit crystals, which made him suddenly rich again. Of course, compared to the experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm in the outside world, the Phantom Fox was just a pauper. Any expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm in the outside world could casually take out more than 10 billion spirit crystals, other than the spiritual vein that fed the enlightening mind ancient tree. Yi Shiwen basically burned the spirit crystals the moment he obtained them and continuously instilled them into his body. He actually wanted to break through on the spot. Such a chaotic situation didn't allow him to find a quiet place to slowly cultivate, so he could only choose to break through during the battle. However, his figure didn't stop and directly began to search. He instantly swept out in the depths of the south, and the locations where the Yi clan's disciples were imprisoned were instantly imprinted in his mind. Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all. He instantly broke into the cells one by one. After killing the guards, the Yi clan's disciples were taken away by him before they could even react. In a short period of time, he had already rescued most of the Yi clan's disciples. There weren't many Yi clan's disciples here, or rather, there weren't many who could survive the cruel torture. In addition, Yi Qianhe also saved many people. At this time, basically all of them were rescued. Boom! At this time, there was a huge explosion, and the originally incomparably sturdy belly of the mountain was smashed into the sky. The huge light shone into the sky, and a figure directly fell from the top of the mountain. Everyone looked over, and it was none other than their leader. At this time, he fell to the ground in a rather sorry state. In the sky, a figure like a god stood in the sky. It was Yi Jianshan. Die! The leader bellowed, and his body began to burn with endless flames. He looked like a man made of fire, and directly turned into a ball of flames, once again pouncing towards Yi Jianshan. Some cracks and distortions appeared in the entire space. When experts half a step into the celestial being realm attacked, even the space would be shaken. These people, who had faintly merged with the heavenly way, possessed a terrifying power that ordinary people could not imagine. Boom! 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 The two heaven-tier experts clashed in midair, and the terrifying shockwaves rolled out in circles. The space was completely twisted like paper, and the ripples were like calm water that began to fluctuate wildly. Without the protection of the array formation above the belly of the mountain, The aftermath of the confrontation directly seeped in. Ah! 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 Waves of screams resounded endlessly within the mountain. Many transcendent realm warriors couldn't even react in time and were directly shocked to death. Even Yi Shiwen could feel the impact of the shockwaves on his body. The divinity within his body began to react and automatically appeared to protect his body. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen discovered that Yi Qianhe was painstakingly protecting the Yi family's disciples who were heavily injured. This was because he didn't have a celestial being like Yi Shiwen, who could directly store people into a spatial martial instrument. At this time, under the shock of the shock waves, it was extremely difficult. It was naturally not a big problem for him alone. However, he had to bring so many people with him. Although these Yi family's disciples were all above the Transcendence Realm 5th level, they were already heavily injured. They were not even comparable to Transcendent Realm warriors. If they were not careful, they would be killed on the spot. Yi Shiwen immediately stopped hesitating and rushed to meet up with Yi Qianhe. Yi Qianhe heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Shiwen coming over. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything. He raised his hand, and a blood-red light swept over. The Yi clan's disciples were also swept into the Tianyuan mirror. Although Yi Qianhe was also curious about how Yi Shiwen's spatial martial instrument could store people, he also knew that some things were better left unasked. As such, he was only a little curious and didn't plan to ask. Now that our Yi family's disciples have been rescued, let's go. If we continue to stay here for another minute, the danger we face will increase, said Yi Shiwen. The purpose of being undercover had been achieved. Naturally, there was no need for them to continue staying. Yes, Yi Qianhe nodded. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. The leader has given the order to kill all the Yi family's disciples. Leave no one alive. A slightly embarrassed voice appeared in the sky above the huge hole. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that it was the Transcendence 9th level expert who had been guarding outside the chief's palace. Yi Jinshan's face turned cold. It was just as he had expected. These rebels wanted to kill all the disciples of the Yi clan. Fortunately, Yi Jinshan was prepared. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge loss this time. Boom! However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying 7-colored divine light crashed into his body. Bam! His figure staggered and slammed into the ground, creating a large pit. Immediately after, another figure flashed by and slammed into the 9th heaven of Transcendence Realm Expert. Ah! The Transcendence Realm 9th level expert exploded into a cloud of blood mist on the spot. The blood mist dissipated, revealing the person's face. It was none other than Yi Jianzhong. At this time, Yi Jianzhong, whose face was stained with blood, looked as terrifying as an Asura from hell. His gaze swept across the entire mountainside. He didn't stop at the weak rebels. Instead, he instantly found Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe in the distance. Little bastard, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even looking. He laughed loudly, and his figure directly swept in Yi Shiwen's direction. Yi Shiwen's heart suddenly stopped. Sure enough, he was coming for him. Damn it, what is Yi Jianzhong trying to do? Yi Qianhe exclaimed. If he still could not see that Yi Jianzhong was up to no good, he would not have lived all these years. He was not an idiot, and naturally knew how much Yi Jianzhong hated Yi Shiwen. But he absolutely did not expect that Yi Jianzhong would dare to take revenge on a personal grudge at this time. He actually wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in the chaos. Yi Qianhe's expression became extremely ugly. In the blink of an eye, he thought that if Yi Jianzhong really killed Yi Shiwen, then in order to silence him, he would not be able to live. If he was killed by his own people while carrying out a family mission, and the opponent was the champion of the battle tournament, Yi Jianzhong would definitely not be able to escape death once the news spread. Therefore, the best way was to turn them all into dead people. Only dead people would not blame anyone. Moreover, as spies, was it not normal for them to die? Otherwise, this mission wouldn't have been considered a suicide mission, and it wasn't without reason. Surviving was a miracle, but not surviving was normal. When the time came, he could just report that he died in the line of duty. In another 1 or 2 years, who would remember this former champion of the battle tournament? Who would remember this champion who had astonishingly defeated the Son of God? "Stay away from me," Yi Shiwen shouted. At this time, facing Yi Jianzhong, Yi Qianhe could not help at all. Yi Jianzhong was not the phantom fox that he had killed before. Phantom Fox was an expert in illusions. With illusions, he was an extremely tyrannical expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. However, after his illusions were no longer effective, his strength could actually be considered to be at the bottom of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. In addition, he encountered a monster like Yi Shiwen who could become stronger the more he fought, which ultimately led to his defeat. However, Yi Jianzhong was different. Yi Jianzhong was a genuine expert at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm. He could not be compared to the Phantom Fox at all. Even Yi Shiwen, who had made progress now, did not have much of a chance of winning against him. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would not have deliberately lured him away from the Golden Jade Pavilion. It was because he was not Yi Jianzhong's opponent. Yi Qianhe immediately dodged to the side, knowing that he could not hinder Yi Shiwen at this time. Their only hope was to hold on until the other Yi family experts arrived. At that time, Yi Jianzhong would not dare to act recklessly. Facing Yi Jianzhong, who directly flew over, Yi Shiwen did not dodge because he knew that dodging was useless. Boom! Countless spiritual elemental energy emerged from his body and spread out, forming a terrifying spiritual elemental energy storm. This was bound to be an extremely difficult battle. Hold on until the other Yi family experts arrived? That was not his goal at all. Yi Jianzhong was full of murderous intent towards him and wanted nothing more than to kill him. To him, Yi Jianzhong was a sinister, poisonous snake who did not know when it would come out to bite. Such a scourge, the earlier he could get rid of it, the earlier he could be at ease. Yi Shiwen had the demeanor of a great master of martial arts in every movement of his. He casually blasted out a punch, and it contained great power. The space was expanding and contracting along with his breathing. Facing this unprecedentedly strong enemy, he also brought out an unprecedented seriousness. Clang! A long saber that exuded a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in Yi Jianzhong's hand. The saber was more than 5 feet long, and its entire body was cold. It was made of cold iron. God knew how many people it had killed to have such a murderous intent. Little bastard, today is the day you die. Chapter 1256. Little B asterisk starred, today is the day you die. Yi Jianzhong roared and slashed down with his saber. One could imagine how terrifying the saber light wielded by a master in the 9th heaven of the Transcendence realm was. Countless airflows were instantly cut apart, and the resentment contained in the air was also shattered in an instant. At this time, a flame instantly appeared on Yi Shiwen's palm and condensed into a long flame saber. In an instant, he also slashed out, confronting Yi Jianzhong with equal harshness. Is that all? Then you shall be defeated, little B asterisk starred. Yi Jianzhong shouted and directly slashed down with the long saber in his hand. In an instant, the sea of fire that Yi Shiwen had slashed out was cut in half. His speed was fast and urgent. Although it was saber Dao, it was deep in the essence of the word fast. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant it had already fallen on Yi Shiwen's body. At this time, Yi Shiwen, who he originally thought would be directly beheaded by his saber, finally began to move. On the other side, a long sword was directly slashed out. Clang! With a loud clanging sound, the long sword burst out an extremely terrifying sword light and directly went up to meet the attack. Boom! The saber and sword collided, and in an instant, The sky and earth were turned upside down. The terrifying aftermath directly swept out, cracking countless air, and even the space began to distort crazily. Yi Xuan only felt a stuffiness in his chest. His body retreated a few steps in succession, and only then was he able to remove the force from his body. This Yi Jianzhong's strength was simply ridiculously strong, especially now he had attacked with hatred and wanted to behead Yi Xuan before everyone could react. Therefore, each of his moves was deadly, and he didn't leave any opportunity for Yi Xuan. At this time, Yi Jianzhong had already closed in on him. The long saber directly slashed through the sky and directly blasted over. The cold, long saber cut through the sky, condensed with boundless qi, and locked onto Yi Xuan. When the saber slashed down, there was actually an illusion that Yi Xuan had no way to escape. This was as if the saber had slashed out a cage, and it directly enveloped Yi Xuan within. On the side, Yi Qianhe was already in a cold sweat for Yi Xuan. Although he had already entered the 8th heaven of the Transcendence realm, his skills were obviously still shallow. Compared to Yi Jianzhong, who was a veteran 9th heaven of the Transcendence realm, there was still a big gap. He could almost only see the cold light, but not the specific figure. But Yi Xuan was calm, and his heart was like still water, as if the saber in front could not kill him at all. Such an expression, that Yi Xuan was completely at ease, and his heart was like still water. However, Yi Xuan had only entered the state of heart as still as water. His divine sense had been completely shrouded by the 7-colored divine tree, and he had abandoned all his emotions. For a moment, Yi Jianzhong and Yi Jianzhong and sword. The way of the blade was completely different from the way of the sword. Because of this, it was more difficult to defend against. For a moment, Yi Jianzhong had no way to take down Yi Xuan. Although Yi Xuan was directly blasted away with every collision, the distance Yi Jianzhong was blasted away was getting shorter and shorter. Because they were in the rebel faction's base, the two did not have any scruples, and all kinds of big moves were unleashed at any time. Yi Jianzhong also looked at Yi Xuan with a slight shock. He dared not believe that Yi Xuan could actually use both saber and sword without any conflict. This required him to be able to multitask to a certain extent. This little bastard really did have some tricks up his sleeves. He was extraordinary. Yi Xuan's sword aura was like lightning, and the saber aura was like thunder. The murderous aura directly enveloped the entire mountainside. All the experts in the rebel faction had already gone outside to fight. Those who were still inside were the Transcendent Realm experts, or the 4th or 5th heaven of the Transcendence Realm warriors, who had no influence on the battle. Under such might, they could only tremble. Of course, they were even more puzzled. These two people from the Yi family were actually fighting in midair. Otherwise, the two of them together would be enough to slaughter everyone. Compared to Yi Xuan, who used both saber and sword, Yi Jianzhong's saber aura only had one characteristic. It was like a storm. Every saber was as fast as lightning. If it were someone else, they would have been slashed off their horse. Unfortunately, Yi Xuan's speed was not slow. In fact, he was even faster than Yi Jianzhong. Boom! 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 The speed of the two was unimaginably fast. In just a short time, they had already exchanged thousands of moves. Many people couldn't even react. They could only hear countless terrifying explosions. Puff! In the end, Yi Xuan still couldn't suppress the injuries on his body. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The repeated clashes were also very damaging to him. After all, he was fighting against a master at the 9th heaven of the Transcendence Realm as a 5th heaven of the Transcendence Realm. If it was anyone else, it would be a dead end. He would just die a little slower. It was impossible for him to really compete with a master at the 9th heaven of the Transcendence Realm. The only way was to enter the 6th heaven of the Transcendence Realm first. Only then would he truly have the power to fight. Yi Jianzhong wanted to kill him in one fell swoop to avoid future troubles. How could he not want to kill this old dog? He had had enough of this period of time. Compared to Yi Shiwen, Yi Jianzhong was in a much better state. However, he was not as relaxed and free as he had been in the beginning. His clothes were in a mess, and his old face was somewhat flushed. This was also caused by the boiling of his qi and blood during the fight with Yi Shiwen. The murderous intent in his eyes deepened. He had never thought that a kid at the fifth heaven of the Transcendence realm could actually force him to this point. Furthermore, the kid was still getting stronger. He had never heard of such a person before. Little B*** starred, you are not bad, but unfortunately, going against the Golden Jade Pavilion is the worst decision in your life. No matter what kind of genius you are, you will fall here today. Yi Jianzhong's tone became colder and colder. Old dog, if you kill me today, then forget it. Otherwise, one day, your Golden Jade Pavilion will be destroyed in my hands. Yi Shiwen bit the blood on the corner of his mouth and grinned. He looked a bit awe-inspiring and decisive, but such a smile made Yi Jianzhong's heart palpitate a little. He thought of the great potential of Yi Shiwen. It was simply unimaginable. From the news he got a few months ago, Yi Shiwen could only defeat the level of the sixth heaven of the Transcendence realm. Only a few months had passed, and he had actually reached such a level. This speed of progress was simply terrifying. Even compared with the Son of God, it seemed that he was not inferior. Once such a person grew up, needless to say, he would definitely be a big trouble for the Golden Jade Pavilion. It must be eliminated as soon as possible. Old dog, do you want to kill me to avoid future troubles? Then come on. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Yi Jianzhong instantly burst out, and his figure directly rushed out. The blade directly slashed, breaking the endless airflow. His body moved with the sword, and in an instant, he slashed in front of Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, a blood-red light appeared on Yi Shiwen's body, and an ancient mirror jumped out of his body. The blade ferociously chopped on the ancient mirror, and a burst of blood-red light instantly appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror. The roars of countless ominous beasts and devils boiled up inside the mirror and formed an astonishing enchantment which blocked his blade. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back to offset this huge force. The energy of the desolate blood, holy fruit in his body, was shaken a little. His movement was even faster, and almost in an instant he slashed out with his sword. In an instant, countless grievances were absorbed in the void, and an awe-inspiring giant sword was formed on the spot, and countless resentful souls were roaring in it. Whoosh! 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 This giant sword suddenly split into countless sword lights, like a sword lotus blossoming. Then, this giant sword directly slashed in the direction of Yi Jianzhong on the spot. Yi Jianzhong was shocked. Tianyuan Mirror's attack was at a level that he did not expect. Although his blade was tyrannical, he could not activate the protection of Tianyuan Mirror, and Yi Shiwen suddenly seized the initiative. He quickly fought and retreated, and slashed several blade lights in succession, and only then did the sword lights that Yi Shiwen slashed out were scattered. At this time his eyes were wandering as he looked at Yi Shiwen, and it seemed that he was a little uncertain about Yi Shiwen. With Tianyuan Mirror covering his head, he could see that it was a top-level Earth-level instrument, and such a defensive instrument was very difficult to deal with. Yes, it was Yi Mo who made a move. After a long time of promotion, Tianyuan Mirror finally entered the ranks of the top-level Earth-level instrument, and it blocked Yi Jianzhong's attack. Although the instrument largely depended on the strength of the owner, Tianyuan Mirror with Yi Mo's control was not ordinary. It was originally an ancient treasure, and at this time it was even more extraordinary. In the sky, Yi Shiwen adjusted the boiling blood in his body with Phoenix regeneration technique, and absorbed the remaining energy of the desolate blood, holy fruit, with all his strength. The aura of his body had climbed to the peak, and any of his eyes was enough to shock a master at the peak of the eighth sky of Law Phase realm. Under the mobilization of observing person scripture, the qi in his body was also constantly rushing to the sixth sky of Law phase realm. And with Yi Jianzhong's rich experience, he could almost see what Yi Shiwen was doing at a glance. He was actually breaking through. The current Yi Shiwen was already so difficult to deal with. If he was allowed to break through, it would be terrible, almost impossible to balance. Even in his heart, there was a faint fear that if he let Yi Shiwen escape, he might not be able to escape death. Moreover, the shouting in the sky gradually weakened, and the battle was gradually coming to an end. When the Yi family masters came in, he would not have a chance to kill Yi Shiwen. Immediately, Yi Jianzhong didn't care too much. He attacked once again. Countless blades directly chopped down like a violent storm, forming a huge storm. It turned into a terrifying shock wave, like a thunderclap, and shook towards Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1257. His speed was extremely fast, and the speed at which the blades fell was even faster. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of blades fell on Yi Shiwen like raindrops. In terms of speed, Yi Shiwen's speed had already reached an extreme. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not choose to fight him head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge continuously. With the Devil's Wings movement technique, it was one of the top movement techniques in the world. If it was not for the fact that his realm was far inferior to Yi Jianzhong, Yi Jianzhong would not even be able to catch a corner of his clothes. But even so, the raindrop-like blades could not cut Yi Shiwen's body. Even if they occasionally fell on Yi Shiwen's body, they would be swung away by Tianyuan Mirror. This kind of sporadic damage could not cause any big problems for Yi Shiwen at all. Whoosh! 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 Yi Jianzhong's blade speed was getting faster and faster. In fact, he had displayed almost everything he had learned in his entire life. However, there was no other way. His speed wasn't slow, even though he was in the middle of a breakthrough. He had already formed the ability to multitask. So, it was somewhat strenuous for him to fight while breaking through at the same time. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him if he only dodged continuously. Especially, he had the help of the Enlightening Mind ancient tree. So, he was able to maintain his most calm state at all times. Although such a state couldn't allow him to unleash his extraordinary fighting prowess like some people, he could still utilize every bit of his fighting prowess to the extreme. The state of one's body was particularly important when one was making a breakthrough. After all, one could suffer from qi deviation if one wasn't careful. This was very common. However, Yi Shiwen had the mysterious space first. Then he had the Enlightening Mind ancient tree. Therefore, the so-called qi deviation could only be regarded as a legendary term for him. He had never suffered from qi deviation, but this did not mean that he did not know how dangerous qi deviation was. But because of this, he had to be even more careful. The qi in his body was getting more and more majestic, constantly washing the foundation of the 6th level of the law manifestation realm. He walked casually, but every step seemed to be able to reach the blind spot of his blade. This made Yi Jianzhong very surprised, because what did this mean? Not only was his speed fast, but more importantly, his blade technique was seen through by Yi Shiwen. This was the most terrifying thing. His saber art was also an earth-tier martial art. He had worked hard in the Yi clan for so many years to exchange for this set of saber art. There was simply no one who could see through his saber art the first time they met. However, Yi Shiwen seemed to have shown signs of this. However, he didn't know that at this time, Yi Shiwen was almost multitasking. On one hand, he was breaking through to the 6th level of the law manifestation realm. On the other hand, he was dodging. And on the other hand, he was using the mysterious space to deduce a flaw in this set of saber techniques. Even after Yi Shiwen obtained the Mingxin ancient tree, he rarely chose to do this. At this time, although he still looked calm on the surface, in fact, he was already operating at full capacity. He was like a machine that had long been operating at full capacity. A slight mistake could cause him to completely collapse. Time passed by. With every passing minute, Yi Shiwen's strength increased, but Yi Jianzhong was getting more and more anxious. The battle gradually began to enter the end stage. In the sky, the battle between the two experts, half a step into the celestial realm, gradually began to weaken. Yi Jianshan had already obtained an overwhelming suppression. Even though they were both experts half a step into the celestial realm, there was still a huge gap in strength between them. Yi Shiwen did not know how much time had passed. For him, he was almost completely immersed in cultivation and breakthrough, and he did not know the passage of time. Damn it! Yi Jianzhong finally reacted. He could not continue like this. If he continued like this, after Yi Shiwen finally broke through, the situation would be completely reversed. At this time, his eyes turned to Yi Qianhe, who was next to him. A blade with unparalleled power slashed towards Yi Qianhe. He looked at Yi Shiwen out of the corner of his eyes. He was betting on whether Yi Shiwen would be so cold-blooded as to ignore Yi Qianhe. If he did, it would be equivalent to interrupting the breakthrough process. If he did not, then there was nothing he could do. Yi Qianhe was immediately stunned. He did not expect Yi Qianhe to suddenly attack him. How could he not understand that Yi Qianhe was using him to lure Yi Shiwen over, and then he would take the initiative to come and die? Despicable. Yi Qianhe said with his eyes wide open. Boom! When Yi Jianzhong's blade was about to cut Yi Qianhe, a beam of blood light directly fell in front of him. That blade fiercely cut into the bloodlight. A shocking and terrifying collision took place. Although Yi Jianzhong had not been able to kill Yi Qianhe, he had already achieved his goal. He had forced Yi Shiwen to make a move. As for Yi Qianhe, he was just a nobody. He was nothing in Yi Jianzhong's eyes. The difference in strength between them meant that Yi Qianhe could not even block a few moves from him. After all, not everyone was as freakish as Yi Shiwen. However, he was wrong. Although Yi Shiwen had made a move, it was definitely not as he had thought. Yi Shiwen's breakthrough had been interrupted, but he had already completed it. The tyrannical qi and blood on his body swept out in circles. His whole body floated in the void, and his cold expression was slightly excited. 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. He had finally entered the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. After entering the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, his strength had undergone another earth-shattering change. It was equivalent to taking a step to the heavens. This step was too difficult. Although it had not taken long, he understood how difficult this process was. He could fight above his level, but at the same time, because of this, every step he took was much more difficult than ordinary people. As he entered the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm, the remaining energy of the wild blood, holy fruit in his body was instantly absorbed. The unstable realm that had just broken through was instantly stabilized. Old dog, you are even more shameless than I thought, Yi Shiwen said coldly. Seeing that Yi Shiwen had finally broken through, Yi Qianhe was extremely excited. It was not only because he had escaped danger, but also because he was truly happy for Yi Shiwen's breakthrough. The winner is king and the loser is the thief. I don't think I need to teach you such a simple truth. Yi Jianzhong did not care about Yi Shiwen's impolite words. Only the one who has the last laugh will be the final winner. Well said. The winner is king and the loser is the thief. However, if you think you will be the winner, then you are gravely mistaken. Yi Shiwen sneered and immediately took a step forward. He was too lazy to say anything to Yi Jianzhong. His figure tore through the vast sky like a cannonball and rushed in front of Yi Jianzhong. His speed was so fast that his whole body was like a blade that completely exploded the air. After his figure swept past, there was a crackling sound behind him, and the air completely exploded. His speed was so fast that it was imaginable. Shattered Star Fist. Today I will kill you, old dog, and break the claws that the Golden Jade Pavilion extended in the Law Enforcement Hall. Yi Shiwen sneered. Countless stars began to condense on his fist, and there was even a trace of the power of thunder. He directly blasted it down. Saber Emperor Slash. Yi Jianzhong did not dare to underestimate Yi Shiwen's attack. Yi Shiwen had already shocked him a moment ago, not to mention now that he had broken through. The treasure saber in his hand directly slashed out a saber aura that was hundreds of feet long, and it slashed down towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist strength directly smashed the saber aura, and then directly blasted into Yi Jianzhong's body. Boom! Yi Jianzhong spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly blasted out. He slammed hard on the ground and created a big pit. He was no different from the rebellious 9th level master of law, manifestation realm, just now. And Yi Shiwen was just like Yi Jianzhong, just now. He directly pursued while he was victorious. He still understood the principle of chasing a desperate enemy. Impossible, how can he be so strong? Yi Jianzhong's eyes widened, and he said incredulously, the web between his thumb and forefinger was completely cracked, and his bones were broken. It was conceivable how terrifying the fist strength of Yi Shiwen's punch was on his long saber. It was really enough to chase after the stars and seize the moon. The current Yi Shiwen could definitely be said to be at the level where he could blow up a small star with one punch. But Yi Jianzhong still couldn't believe it, because even if Yi Shiwen had a breakthrough, the situation shouldn't change so quickly. He couldn't block Yi Shiwen's punches at all. So how many years have you lived, and yet you only have this cultivation? Yi Shiwen sneered, and he had already appeared in front of Yi Jianzhong. His figure almost seemed to move horizontally, and he appeared in front of Yi Jianzhong. Boom! Yi Shiwen punched directly on Yi Jianzhong's chest again, and Yi Shiwen punched a huge pit on the spot. Countless internal organs were smashed into pieces on the spot by the fist strength. Yi Jianzhong directly bled from the 7 orifices and died. He was shocked to death. Seeing that Yi Jianzhong was killed, Yi Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this battle was more or less a fluke. Although his strength had a breakthrough, it was actually not to the extent that he could kill Yi Jianzhong with 2 punches. It was just that his mind had been seized by Yi Shiwen, and he was frightened by Yi Shiwen's brave posture, so he was easily killed by Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, the battle would have continued for a while. Yi Shiwen spread out his hand, and a bloody light shrouded Yi Jianzhong's body. His body directly turned into a mass of bloody light and was absorbed by Tianyuan mirror. Yi Jianzhong's wealth also fell on Yi Shiwen's body. Destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Although Yi Jianzhong attacked him first, it would be a very troublesome thing if this matter was stirred up. It was better to let him disappear from now on. Chapter 1258. With Yi Jianzhong's death, all of his wealth naturally fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. They were both at the 9th level of the law phase realm, but Yi Jianzhong's wealth was like a billionaire's compared to the Phantom Fox's wealth. It wasn't the difference in spirit crystals. In terms of spirit crystals, Yi Jianzhong only had 6 billion spirit crystals. It was the same as Yi Shiwen's peak. After all, there was no spiritual energy in a place like the law enforcement heavenly prison. One could only rely on spirit crystals to practice. It was difficult for anyone to have too many spirit crystals left. Just like how he had just absorbed 500 million spirit crystals out of the 1 billion spirit crystals he had seized from the Phantom Fox during the short fight and breakthrough just now. On one hand, he had to maintain the enlightening mind ancient tree. On the other hand, he had to use the mysterious space to deduce the loopholes in Yi Jianzhong's saber technique. It was a top-level Earth-level saber technique. The consumption was imaginable. Yi Shiwen was only deducing the loopholes. He didn't try to deduce the entire technique. Otherwise, the consumption would be much higher. On the other hand, he had to swallow a lot of spiritual crystals to practice with the energy of the desolate blood divine fruit. Ordinary people would faint if they heard about the consumption of spiritual crystals. Other people's consumption was not as high as Yi Shiwen's. However, in a place like the law enforcement heavenly prison, The consumption was many times higher than outside. In other words, although the cultivation was fast, the consumption was much higher. Yi Jianzhong's real wealth was the various treasures and rare materials for refining elixirs that he had accumulated for thousands of years. The Phantom Fox didn't have all of these because all of his wealth had been taken away before he entered the Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison. The Heavenly Law Enforcement Prison didn't produce many heaven and earth treasures. Even if he could plunder, it was limited. Compared to Yi Jianzhong, who was a decent disciple of the Yi family, it was much less. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally understood why those sinners always liked to lay their hands on the descendants of the Yi clan. It was because, compared to other similar sinners, the descendants of the Yi clan were the real rich masters. Compared to the descendants of the Yi clan, those sinners were simply a group of destitute paupers. Yi Shiwen was still digesting this harvest when Yi Qianhe came back to his senses and said, "This Yi Jianzhong really deserves to die. He dared to attack a hero. He deserves to die without a burial place. Fortunately, he has been killed by the bandit leader. Even his corpse has been taken away. When the time comes to report this incident, he will be given the title of a martyr. He is really lucky." Yi Shiwen glanced at Yi Qianhe. From the beginning, Yi Qianhe was on his side. Whether he was willing or not, he could only stand on Yi Shiwen's side because Yi Jianzhong wanted to kill them just now. They had no way out except to fight back desperately. However, Yi Jianzhong was already dead. Yi Qianhe had no choice but to fight back. They had no other way. Yi Jianzhong was dead. Only in this way could they be free from suspicion. Regardless of whether Yi Jianzhong was the one who made the first move, they had died in their own hands when they were exterminating the rebels. If someone really made a fuss about this matter, there would probably be people who would find fault with them. Yi Shiwen was still all right. After all, he had the reputation of being the champion of the clan sacrificial ceremony. Even the law enforcement hall master valued him very much. However, how could he be compared with Yi Shiwen? If he was not careful, he might become a scapegoat. Although he was loyal to the Yi family, he was not a fool. He knew what to do with such an obvious thing. No, Yi Jianzhong didn't die in the hands of the bandit leader. We never saw him. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes. What does his disappearance in battle have to do with us? We have never seen him. Yi Qianhe was slightly startled. He hadn't expected that Yi Shiwen would be even more ruthless than him. Yi Jianzhong's family would receive all kinds of rewards if he died at the hands of the bandit leader. The Yi family had never been stingy in rewarding geniuses and martyrs. However, if he went missing in battle, then everything would be hard to say. If he went missing, he might have died in battle or he might have escaped. Although in such a situation where victory was certain, the probability of him escaping was not high, and he most likely died in battle, as long as there was no confirmation and no corpse could be found. Everything would be hard to say. However, he supported Yi Shiwen's decision. Yi Jianzhong had shamelessly used him to force Yi Shiwen to fight. If Yi Shiwen didn't make a move, he would have died in the hands of Yi Jianzhong. How could he ruin Yi Shiwen's plan now? All right, let's go. Don't let any of these remnants go. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes. He raised his hand and blasted a few Transcendent Realm warriors who wanted to escape. Transcendent Realm warriors were no longer a threat to him. No matter how many of them came, it was useless. All right, haha. Let's kill these rebels happily. Yi Qianhe laughed. His eyes were filled with brilliance, and he started to clean up these rebels. Although his strength couldn't catch up to Yi Shiwen's, it was hard to find a worthy opponent among the rebels that remained in the mountain. Yi Shiwen devoured the spirit crystals as he fought, consolidating his cultivation at the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm. Yi Qianhe was also quite excited. Although these weak rebels didn't have much wealth on them, once their numbers increased, their wealth would be considerable. Yi Shiwen didn't fight for the scattered wealth, leaving it all for Yi Qianhe. Brothers, let's fight with them. If we don't, they might take us down one by one and kill us all. At that moment, a rebellious fifth-level transcendence realm expert could not hold it in any longer. Which one of these rebellious experts wasn't audacious and unruly? Their hands were stained with countless amounts of blood. Now that they were suppressed by the duo, they erupted all of a sudden. Suddenly, the words of this rebel resonated with many other rebels. Yes, since we're going to die, why not fight with our lives? It's just a fight of cornered beasts. Yi Qianhe didn't care at all. Facing these rebels who were rushing back in groups of twos and threes, he directly rushed into the crowd like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain and started a massacre. These rebel experts were no match for him at all. A casual punch from him could directly kill an expert on the spot. In a short while, a large gap was cleared. Yi Shiwen was even simpler. He stood still and sped up the speed of devouring spirit crystals to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, he constantly unleashed flaming saber auras. Each flaming saber aura would kill one or even several rebels on the spot. At this moment, Yi Shiwen finally thought of something. He directly released the captured Yi family disciples that he had gathered. At this time, with Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe guarding them, they naturally wouldn't be in any danger. After such a long time, these people had recovered to a certain extent in the Tianyuan mirror. However, they didn't know that it was the Tianyuan mirror. They only knew that they didn't even know where Yi Shiwen had taken them. It might just be a different space. At least now, they didn't look as sickly as they had in the beginning. It seemed as if they would die at any time. Yi Shiwen, thank you for saving us this time. If there's a chance in the future, we will thank you again. Yi Shui stepped forward and said on behalf of these people. The disciples of Yi clan also nodded one after another. Whether it was an ordinary disciple or a genius among them, all of them surrendered at this time. In any case, their lives had been saved by Yi Shiwen. This alone was enough to make them speechless, especially when he had infiltrated the rebel stronghold as an undercover. This kind of mission was basically a mission with 9 out of 10 chances of survival. It might even be a mission with 10 chances of survival. How could they not be grateful? It's nothing. Yi Shiwen didn't intend to take this opportunity to take credit. For him, it wasn't necessary. Let me give you treatment first. Yi Shiwen decided to treat them first. Otherwise, they would only be a burden to him and Yi Qianhe. However, if they were all cured, they would be a group of fierce tigers coming down the mountain. They were able to persist until now without being tortured to death. Whether it was strength or willpower, they were the best among the Yi family disciples. A faint phoenix cry sounded in Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen directly shot out a 7-colored divine light that enveloped Yi Shui's body. The effect of the phoenix regeneration technique was very obvious. In just a moment, Yi Shui, who was about to die, had almost recovered all of a sudden. Yi Shui also looked at Yi Shiwen with an unusual astonishment. She didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would actually have such a great healing power technique. She didn't even dare to think that such a degree of healing power technique could actually exist. However, she only hesitated for a moment. Soon, she also joined the battle and killed in all directions. Her strength had already reached the peak of the 7th level of the law manifestation realm. In the past year, she had also made great progress. As more and more people were cured, the Yi family disciples were like fierce tigers coming down the mountain. They rushed into the midst of the rebels and began a massacre. The experts of the Yi clan seemed to have cleaned up all the experts outside by the time they had cleaned up half of the rebels. They entered the mountainside one after another. They saw that Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe were still alive. Moreover, they had started a massacre. They couldn't believe what they had seen. They all felt that this was a mission with no chance of survival. After they returned, they would have to face the interrogation of a master who was half a step into the celestial realm. Many people thought that this was the most impossible to pass. Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe had almost died at this level. They had almost been seen through by the leader. If Yi Jianshan hadn't launched an attack in time, they might have had to fight a bloody battle inside. Originally, they had thought that it would be impossible to rescue the Yi family's disciples who had been kidnapped. However, not only did they manage to do it, but the Yi family's disciples who had been kidnapped were also alive and well. This was not scientific. But where is Deacon Yi Jianzhong? Chapter 1259. But where did Deacon Yi Jianzhong go? Someone asked. Someone saw that Yi Jianzhong had entered the place first, but he was nowhere to be found. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianha. The two of them had been here ever since they became spies. If there was anyone here who knew the situation clearly, it would be these two people. In particular, many people knew about the grievances between Yi Shiwen and Yi Jianzhong. Yi Shiwen even picked the Golden Pavilion station, causing Yi Jianzhong to lose face and the Golden Pavilion to suffer a great loss. However, Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianha both looked indifferent, as if saying, "Don't ask me. I don't know even if you ask." Originally, everyone thought that they could find out something from their mouths. Whether they were alive or dead, there must be some news. However, Yi Shiwen looked as if he really did know. "Yi Shiwen, tell us, where did our deacon go?" At this time, a Golden Pavilion master couldn't help but yell loudly. If he was the only one present, he definitely wouldn't dare to yell at Yi Shiwen like this, because it had been proven that a warrior at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm was no match for Yi Shiwen. Only a master at the 9th level of the Transcendence Realm could suppress him. He dared to be disrespectful to Yi Shiwen. Judging from the cruelty and mercilessness that Yi Shiwen had shown, he definitely dared to kill him silently. However, there were so many masters here, so he believed that Yi Shiwen wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Yi Shiwen rolled his eyes at him and said, "Where did he go? How would I know?" Anyway, Yi Shiwen had already made up his mind that Yi Jianzhong's death had nothing to do with him. Nothing at all. Even if someone guessed it, so what? Did they have evidence? Bite me. You. The Golden Pavilion Master at the 8th level of the Transcendence Realm was so angry that his face turned red. He stared at Yi Shiwen as if he wanted to swallow him. "You're lying. When I was in the sky just now, I clearly heard the deacon call out your name. You must have seen him. You're deaf." Yi Shiwen didn't have any intention to pay attention to him. So what if he heard it? So what if he saw it? Did he have any evidence? If Yi Jianzhong's corpse was still here, then there must be a way to restore what happened when he was alive, and even find out what kind of move he was killed by. But now even his corpse was gone, so what else could they do? At this time, everyone had some speculations from the dialogue between the two. Yi Jianzhong's disappearance was certainly related to Yi Shiwen. Some things did not need evidence. They could guess most of it just by guessing. But some people were puzzled because Yi Shiwen's strength was far inferior to Yi Jianzhong. This was undeniable. If Yi Shiwen could beat Yi Jianzhong, then there was no need to lure Yi Jianzhong away from the mountain before daring to raid the Golden Jade Pavilion. Judging from all the clues, Yi Shiwen was definitely not Yi Jianzhong's opponent. However, Yi Jianzhong's disappearance was obviously related to Yi Shiwen. With Yi Jianzhong's vengeful character, how could he easily let Yi Shiwen go after breaking into the mountainside and seeing Yi Shiwen? Then the conflict between the two sides was almost inevitable. Even some people who knew Yi Jianzhong had already guessed that Yi Jianzhong broke into the mountainside before the battle was settled. It was clear that he wanted to find trouble with Yi Shiwen. Seeing that Yi Shiwen was not dead, he wanted to kill him, and if he was dead, he wanted to whip his corpse. This kind of mentality, they almost didn't need to think to know what he was thinking. But now Yi Shiwen was standing here intact, and on the other side, Yi Jianzhong had disappeared. What was so strange about this, it was hard to imagine. Not to mention that just now, not everyone did not notice the movement inside. That fierce battle fluctuations. Even without looking, they knew that there was a battle going on inside. All of this made them puzzled, and the only explanation that they could figure out was that Yi Shiwen killed Yi Jianzhong. But this idea made them feel even more creeped out. This idea made them feel even colder. Although Yi Jianzhong's temper was not good, and they also belonged to different forces, they were considered to have worked together for many years. When they really guessed Yi Jianzhong's fate, whether it was sincere or not, there was a feeling of the fox mourning for the rabbit's death. You are talking nonsense. The Golden Jade Pavilion's master at the 8th level of the Law Manifestation Realm blushed. You dare to attack the deacon? Our Golden Jade Pavilion will not let you go. Get lost. Yi Shiwen was too lazy to say more, and sneered directly. So what if you guessed it? Do you have evidence? If you don't have evidence, then get lost. Even if you have evidence, so what? After Yi Shiwen finished speaking, he turned around and charged towards the remaining rebels. He started a massacre. These remaining rebels weren't Yi Shiwen's match at all. In just a moment, a large number of them were killed and injured by Yi Shiwen. At this time, the others finally remembered what they were here for, and they joined in the killing. Although Yi Jianzhong's matter was suspicious, it actually had little to do with them. Yi Shiwen and the Golden Jade Pavilion's death made them feel like they were watching a good show. Only those with ulterior motives were very depressed at this time. Among these people, there were many who coveted Yi Shiwen's 9 revolutions Taishian golden elixir. Originally, they could bully Yi Shiwen for not being able to deal with the master at the 9th level of the Law Manifestation Realm. But if their guess was correct, then Yi Shiwen was probably not someone they could deal with. If they were to make a move again, they would probably alarm those half-step Celestial Realm Masters. If even the half-step Celestial Realm Masters were alarmed, then this matter would become big. Would the law enforcement hall's higher-ups let it go? Definitely not. These rebels couldn't escape under the joint suppression of these Yi clan's experts. They were strangled and killed one by one. At this time, Yi Shiwen felt as if his horizons had been broadened. Many of them were far weaker than Yi Shiwen. However, they had lived for thousands of years, so it was enough to leave Yi Shiwen in the dust. In some inconspicuous places, they could find secret passages and various secret rooms. Some of the rebels hiding in them could not escape the fate of being beheaded. It was really a feeling of scraping the ground 3 feet deep. Yi Shiwen was undoubtedly much more immature compared to the experienced and professional means of these guys. Obviously, this wasn't the first or second time that these guys had raided and exterminated people's houses. Soon, there was a huge explosion in the sky, accompanied by a loud roar. "I'm not willing!" Boom! There was a sound of self-explosion, and everyone's divine senses immediately probed out, only to see the leader directly self-destruct on the spot. A figure jumped into the belly of the mountain. It was Yi Jianshan. At this time, Yi Jianshan was a little bit embarrassed, and his clothes were a little damaged. Although the leader's self-destruction did not seriously injure him, it still made him look very embarrassed. But this embarrassment did not make people dare to look down on him. After all, he had just killed a half-step Celestial Realm Master. Yi Jianshan glanced at the situation in the belly of the mountain and saw the rescued Yi family disciples. There was a smile on his face. In this mission, in addition to eliminating these remnants, there was also a very important thing, which was to rescue these Yi family disciples who had been captured. Therefore, he had sent Yi Shiwen to be a spy. Now, Yi Shiwen had not only done it, but he had also done a very good job. Each of these Yi clan's juniors was full of vigor. Not only had they met his requirements, but they had also exceeded them. When everyone saw Yi Jianshan come in, they saluted him one after another, and Yi Shiwen was no exception. Someone had already reported the situation to him. "You did well, better than I thought," Yi Jianshan said, with a somewhat satisfied expression on his face. "It's just a matter of duty," Yi Shiwen said. "Although it is a matter of duty, it itself is a matter of life and death. It is not easy for you to do this. Don't worry, I will definitely report your matter, and you will be rewarded." Yi Jianzhong nodded and said. He did not misjudge Yi Shiwen. Thinking of the 2 desolate blood divine fruits, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a little excited. If it was only spirit crystals, in fact, no matter how many rewards there were, it was just a small trick for him. It could help his cultivation, but it could not play a decisive role. However, the desolate, blood, divine fruits were different. Besides the 9 revolutions, mysterious golden pill, only the desolate, blood, divine fruits could improve his cultivation in a short period of time. Time. What he lacked now was time. Although he had caught up with Yi Shui, there was still a big gap between him and Prince Jin and Prince Yu, who had been cultivating for many years and had excellent talents. If he wanted to catch up in a short period of time, he could only rely on the desolate, blood, divine fruits to stimulate him. For others, constantly taking the desolate, blood, divine fruits might cause a series of problems, such as unstable foundation. But for Yi Shiwen, it was not a problem. With the mysterious space, he did not have an unstable foundation. On the contrary, his problem was that his foundation was too stable, so it became an obstacle for him to break through. "Did you kill Yi Jianzhong?" Yi Jianshan's voice suddenly appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. It turned out to be a secret sound transmission. Obviously, he did not want others to hear it. At this time, Yi Jianshan also heard the reports of other people, especially the people of Golden Jade Pavilion, who seemed to have seen it with their own eyes. Yi Shiwen had personally beheaded Yi Jianzhong, although many people also had the same guess, but they lacked the most crucial evidence. Without evidence, no matter what they said, the higher-ups would not punish a genius like Yi Shiwen for possible matter. They still had a clear idea of who was more important between Yi Shiwen and Yi Jianzhong. Chapter 1260. Yi Jianshan's eyes shone as he stared at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's facial expression didn't change, but his heart had already turned around. Yi Jianshan's various signs indicated that he might be biased towards Yi Shiwen, but now that he asked about this matter again, Yi Shiwen still hesitated whether he should say it or not. Needless to say, there was no need to mention the risk of speaking out. Golden Jade Pavilion would certainly not give up. With their overbearing character, even if they were unreasonable, they could still make some sense out of it. Moreover, if they really had something on them, they would certainly be more unscrupulous. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and replied using the secret sound transmission, "I don't know." However, the strange thing was that Yi Jianshan didn't intend to blame Yi Shiwen. Even though he knew that Yi Shiwen wasn't being honest, he didn't get angry. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with Yi Shiwen's temperament. In fact, he did not care much about Yi Jianzhong's death. Like Yi Qianhe, he was also disgusted by these small organizations of geniuses developing into the law enforcement hall, especially when Yi Jianzhong used the law enforcement hall's intelligence power to deal with Yi Shiwen. This had already touched the bottom line in his heart. He had personally gone to find Yi Shiwen and brought him before everyone, which was a blatant declaration of his attitude. Especially in front of everyone, he had personally announced the two's identities as spies. In fact, the meaning of the warning was already very clear. Now was the time to fight for the Yi clan, and Yi Jianzhong actually dared to use his power to avenge his personal grudges. He had gone to find Yi Shiwen in private. If he died, then so be it. For him, who had already stepped into the half-step celestial realm, what did it matter if a warrior at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, whose potential had already reached the limit, died? There was no way to compare to Yi Shiwen's value. Yi Shiwen was the most outstanding genius of the law enforcement hall in recent years besides Yi Shui. Even the god's son had been defeated by him. Such a person couldn't be a flower in a greenhouse. He would have been disappointed if he had easily believed Yi Shiwen and told the truth. Although it wasn't good to be too shrewd, if he didn't have any, how could he have a foothold in the Yi family, let alone in the law enforcement hall, a place where experts were as common as clouds? Yi Shiwen clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Instead, his evaluation of Yi Shiwen rose by a few points. All right, I don't know. Whether Yi Jianzhong goes missing or dies in battle has nothing to do with you. Yi Jianshan said with a slight smile. His words could be regarded as settling the matter. Even if the people of Golden Jade Pavilion were dissatisfied, they could do nothing about it. Yi Jianshan, as an expert half a step to the celestial being realm. In Yi clan, in addition to those experts of the celestial being realm who did not show up all year round. In fact, they were the ones who really held the real power of the Yi clan. Although Yi Jianzhong and Yi Jianshan were of the same generation, there was only a difference of one realm, which made them feel like they were separated by heaven and earth. You did a good job, but Golden Jade Pavilion will never let this go. Prince Jean and Prince Yu are in closed-door cultivation, hoping to amaze everyone in the Imperial Court competition 10 years later. Otherwise, do you think you can still be so leisurely? Be it Prince Jean or Prince Yu, they are powerful people that even I don't dare to provoke. Among the younger generation, apart from the 5 hegemons, they are considered the cream of the crop. Their future is limitless. Imperial Court competition? Yi Shiwen said. May I ask what Imperial Court competition is? Yi Jianshan was slightly startled. He did not expect that Yi Shiwen actually did not know about Imperial Court competition. But then he felt relieved. The matter of Yi Shiwen being a new subordinate was no longer a secret. Many people knew about it. Imperial Court competition is a genius competition organized by Imperial Court. Its purpose is to select tyrannical geniuses for our human race. Now that the human king has disappeared, the 4 great princes are in charge of Imperial Court. If our Yi clan wants to obtain the most right to speak in Imperial Court competition, this Imperial Court competition is very important. Geniuses who can stand out in Imperial Court competition will be personally trained by the 4 great princes. Even a pig can become a peerless master, Yi Jianshan said with a somewhat envious expression. Imperial Court, Yi Shiwen was startled, and at this time, Yi Mo's voice suddenly jumped into his mind. Imperial Court is the ultimate governing body of the human race, Yi Mo said. Legend has it that Imperial Court was passed down from ancient times. It was inherited from the heavenly court of the human race. But after the mythological era, the heavenly court became a legend. Imperial Court replaced it and became the ultimate governing body of the human race. In the past, when I was still in the devil world and had not reached Zhenwujie, I had awakened for a period of time. I had also heard some legends about this human race's Imperial Court. Yi Shiwen was startled. During this period of time, he was either in the Endless Sea region or hurrying on his journey. So, he really did not know anything about Imperial Court. This Imperial Court is where the true masters are as numerous as the clouds. It commands tens of thousands of humans, although it's incomparable to the power of the ancient heavenly court, and the human race is now full of tyrants. Tyrants like the Yi family only listen to orders, but the Imperial Court is still the ruler of the human race. Among them, the human king is a peerless master. Usually, only the human race's #1 master can become the human king. Fortunately, these guys still know their limits. They don't dare to call themselves emperors. But according to what he said, could it be that the human king has gone missing? Yi Mo said with a slight surprise while explaining. Yi Shiwen was also a little interested in these secrets, but he also knew that this was not the time to talk about this. In the 100 Clan Alliance, there were 10 great royal clans. It was not surprising that there was such an imperial court in the human race. However, it might be as Yi Mo said. Perhaps the imperial court had already declined greatly. Although it might still be the most powerful force in the human race, it no longer had the kind of power to command the world. Otherwise, why had Yi Shiwen not heard of the imperial court even after entering the Yi family for so long? Or it could be said that in their bones, the Yi family, a local tyrant, no longer regarded the orders of the imperial court as the heavens, but the imperial court. Hearing these 2 words, Yi Shiwen suddenly thought of the figure that once dominated the world, the demon emperor. Yi Shiwen once heard of the so-called Imperial Court ruins on the Demon Island. What was the connection between them and the Imperial Court of the human race? Yi Shiwen now had a stomach full of questions. If there was a connection, then what was the origin of the Demon Island? The key was that the strength of the demon beasts on the Demon Island was not very strong, but each and every one of them had amazing origins. They were actually the descendants of gods. He was no longer as ignorant as he was in the past. At that time, Yi Shiwen was not very clear about what the descendants of gods meant. But now, from the Yi family's attitude towards Yi Shukong, he could more or less understand what the descendants of gods meant. Even if they were descendants separated by countless years, it would be fine if only one or two demon beasts had such a bloodline. But why did so many demon beasts have the bloodline of gods? This was definitely not normal. And the wolf cub, that frivolous foodie, Yi Shiwen hadn't received any news from him for a long time. These thoughts were rolling around in his mind, but it was only for a moment. Very quickly he collected his thoughts and returned to the Imperial Court struggle. Although he did not know the scale of the Imperial Court struggle, but from the look of fascination and envy on Yi Jianshan's face, he knew that the Imperial Court struggle was inevitable. And now his biggest enemies, Prince Jean and Prince, you were also in closed-door training for the Imperial Court struggle. The Imperial Court struggle will begin in 10 years. With your current cultivation speed, if you train in the law enforcement heavenly prison for 10 years, you may be able to make a name for yourself in the Imperial Court struggle. Yi Jianshan said. Yi Shiwen was secretly astonished in his heart. He had practiced in the law enforcement heavenly prison for 10 years, but he had only managed to make a name for himself in the Imperial Court struggle with his current cultivation speed. It was hard to imagine what kind of experts would participate in the Imperial Court struggle. At this time, he was a little excited in his heart. There were so many experts in this world that he could not imagine. It made his blood boil again. But no matter what, you are also a disciple of our law enforcement hall. How can you let others bully you? Those people from the Golden Jade Pavilion will not dare to do anything to you. Not to mention that Prince Jean and Prince, you are still in closed-door training. Even Yi Jianzhong has fallen in your hands. Then, the others will not be a threat to you. Yi Jianshan said with a smile. He was not afraid to mention Yi Jianzhong's death in front of Yi Shiwen. No matter what, I still want to thank the elder for speaking up for me. Yi Shiwen said, This is nothing. I'm just saying some fair words, that's all. These years, these people are getting more and more outrageous. They even dare to brazenly snatch the things bestowed by the family head. In fact, our hallmaster also wanted to sharpen you. Now it seems that he didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a shining gem, not a soft-footed shrimp. Yi Jianshan said very satisfactorily. If I did not have the cultivation of the higher-ups, then I am nothing. Yi Shiwen said. He. Yi Jianshan smiled noncommittally in response to Yi Shiwen's words. Then he said, I will report this matter truthfully. You just wait. The 2 desolate blood divine fruits will definitely be yours. With 2 desolate blood divine fruits, you will have hope to catch up with Prince Jean and Prince Yu within 10 years. Then, you will represent our Yi clan in the Imperial Court struggle and make a name for yourself. With such outstanding juniors like you, in addition to the 5 hegemons, our Yi clan will definitely have hope to show our prestige in this Imperial Court struggle and sweep away the declining trend. Yi Shiwen did not answer. He was just silently digesting the information he had obtained this time. Golden Jade Pavilion, Prince Jean, Prince Yu, 5 hegemons, Imperial Court struggle. These terms fell on his heart one by one. It was incomparably heavy. Chapter 1261. This time, the cleanup of the rebel stronghold was very smooth. These rebels had hidden some secret rooms very well. However, how could they escape from the hands of these experienced veterans? They were finally cleaned out completely. The Yi clan took action and wiped out a rebel stronghold. This matter directly caused a lot of turbulence in the law enforcement heavenly prison. It directly made many restless little devils retract their claws. This time, Yi Jianshan wiped out a rebel stronghold with great fanfare. He also wanted to tell these criminals that the law enforcement heavenly prison was now under the control of the Yi clan. It was not their turn to be presumptuous. The disciples of the Yi clan had never really paid attention to these criminals. Even if these criminals overturned the sky, they would not be able to escape the law enforcement heavenly prison. If they really provoked the Yi clan, the law enforcement heavenly prison would be flattened in minutes. In the end, they regarded the law enforcement heavenly prison as the sky, as the whole world. However, for the Yi clan, it was only a place for the disciples of the Yi clan. It was only a place for the disciples of the law enforcement hall to gain experience. However, this kind of beating still had to be carried out from time to time. After all, if there was no beating for a period of time, some people would forget their own identity. Once they caused trouble, they would completely destroy the order in the law enforcement heavenly prison. Every time, the Yi clan would suffer some losses. Order was something that could not be seen or touched. However, even the worst order was better than no order at all. In this undercover battle, the rewards of Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianhe, who had made great contributions, had also come quickly. Yi Jianshan did not conceal anything. All kinds of rewards were quickly distributed. In addition to the 2 desolate blood divine fruits, there were also 3 billion spirit crystals for each of them. There were also various other kinds of medicinal pellets to replenish qi and heal injuries. However, it was naturally not as good as the desolate blood divine fruits. For Yi Shiwen, this was not a small amount of wealth. Although it was not as much as what he had plundered from Yi Jianzhong, Yi Jianzhong had spent thousands of years to accumulate this wealth. He had only completed a task and obtained 3 billion spirit crystals. Yi Qianhe had become rich overnight compared to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had used up tens of millions of spirit crystals. Therefore, he had been excited about the 3 billion spirit crystals for a while. However, it was only for a short while. However, Yi Qianhe was different. The 3 billion spirit crystals were equivalent to more than doubling his wealth in one go. He had just stepped into the 8th level of the Transcendence realm and had only cultivated for a few hundred years. He was far from being comparable to an old guy like Yi Jianzhong. He had really struck it rich overnight. However, he was also very clear that he was basking in Yi Shiwen's light. Otherwise, how could a mere undercover mission give him so much wealth? Of course not. If a random mission gave so much wealth, the Yi family would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. The other experts, even the experts at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, were only rewarded with tens of millions of spirit crystals. Compared to the wealth the 2 of them obtained, it was a drop in the bucket. Although the 2 of them had gone through fire and water together, but the real reason was because of Yi Shiwen. The higher-ups, especially the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall, were thinking of ways to pour resources onto Yi Shiwen. This was also the usual method used by the major forces to cultivate geniuses. It might be unfair to others, but people were born to be unfair. So, it was impossible to seek complete fairness. He was also very clear about where his potential was. Without Yi Shiwen, he might have reached the 9th level of the Transcendence realm in the future. If he was lucky, he might break into the half-step celestial realm. But if he was unlucky, it was possible that he would be stuck at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm for the rest of his life. Although he still had thousands of years to cultivate, the reality was so cruel. Even Yi Jianzhong, who had been stuck at the 9th level of the Transcendence realm for thousands of years, was still stuck at this threshold and could not cross it even if he died. He was the same generation as Yi Jianshan, but his authority could not be compared with Yi Jianshan at all. This was why many deacon elders had turned to those geniuses with extremely high talents and limitless futures. Only by relying on these geniuses could they obtain benefits from the dragon after these geniuses were promoted in the future. These geniuses also needed the support of these deacon elders with deep roots. It was a win-win situation for both sides. Yi Jianshan was so friendly to Yi Shiwen, not necessarily without the intention to invest in advance. Although his character determined that it was impossible for him to rely on Yi Shiwen like Yi Jianzhong, but this kind of goodwill was enough. Yi Shiwen had shown unparalleled talent, but had not yet formed a huge force like Golden Jade Pavilion. At this time it was dawn, and the sun was not up yet. An investment earlier would be considered timely help, and a little later would be icing on the cake. Being stuck at this time was like the last train. In particular, he had also obtained 2 desolate blood divine fruits, which were treasures of heaven and earth that even experts of the heaven realm would drool over. With these 2 desolate blood divine fruits, as long as his luck was not too bad, it was almost certain that he would be half a step into the heaven realm. After a few years, he would definitely become a big shot in the Yi clan. Yi Qianhe could think of these things, and Yi Shiwen naturally could also think of them. As he showed more and more limitless prospects, there were a lot of people in the Yi clan who wanted him dead. But at the same time, there were a lot of people who were optimistic about his future and were willing to add flowers on the cake. If even he was like this, then there would be more people around Yi Shukong, the god's child. Having figured this out, Yi Shiwen was also a lot more confident. The unknown mastermind of the Yi clan was not completely powerless to resist. After wiping out this stronghold, Yi Shiwen's path in the law enforcement heavenly prison became smoother and smoother. No one dared to openly hunt Yi Shiwen anymore, because the news that Yi Jianzhong was very likely to die in the hands of Yi Shiwen had also spread throughout the law enforcement heavenly prison. This news was even more shocking than the Yi clan wiping out the rebel stronghold. It was precisely because of the amazing speed of progress that Yi Shiwen showed. From the beginning, he dared to kill a master at the 8th level of the law manifestation realm. Now, even a master at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm died tragically in his hands. His progress was so great that it was simply unimaginable. More importantly, Yi Jianzhong's strength was considered to be well known in the law enforcement heavenly prison for so many years. Even he died in the hands of Yi Shiwen. This made those who did evil in the law enforcement heavenly prison shudder with fear. Even without the Yi clan, this kid had also grown to an amazing level, to a level that they could not underestimate casually. Unless it was a half-step Celestial Realm Master, but it was absolutely impossible for a half-step Celestial Realm Master to make a move. The Yi clan would not really let a top genius be slaughtered senselessly. If they had the intention to sharpen Yi Shiwen previously, but if a half-step Celestial Realm Master or even a Celestial Realm Master made a move, then the Yi clan would probably riot like poking a hornet's nest. This also made those criminals who were secretly tempted to make a move helpless. This was the advantage of being a disciple of a big force. Those who were not strong enough could only be slaughtered by them, and those who had the strength to slaughter them had to consider the old guys and old seniors who might still be alive many years ago behind them. The inheritance from generation to generation was getting more and more prosperous. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Yi Shiwen's time in the law enforcement heavenly prison had finally come to an end. In this half a year, Yi Shiwen's cultivation continued to improve. After his strength crossed the threshold of the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, there was no bottleneck and he kept going up. However, he did not take the desolate blood divine fruit again. Instead, he swallowed a lot of spirit crystals and bloodstones to promote his cultivation. In this half a year, he went to the worst places in the law enforcement heavenly prison that he could go to, from the desolate land where all kinds of bone beasts ran rampant, to the land of death where all kinds of grievances gathered. It was almost the worst place. It could even be said that wherever the environment was the worst, he went there like an ascetic, constantly sharpening himself. With the most difficult environment and a huge amount of spirit crystals and bloodstones to add fuel to the fire, In less than half a year, he successfully pushed his cultivation to the peak of the 6th level of the law manifestation realm. Such a speed, even those monstrous geniuses would exclaim loudly if they saw it. In less than half a year, he had already consumed more than 3 billion spirit crystals, and he did not know how many bloodstones he had consumed. These consumption turned into his most solid foundation, pushing him to go up step by step. Yi Shiwen was very clear about what he wanted. In this law enforcement heavenly prison, the environment was so bad that he had never seen it before. The reason why this place could become a holy place for cultivation was because of this bad environment. The kind of bad environment that forced people to use all their potential to barely survive was the fundamental reason why this place became a holy place for cultivation. However, because he spread the news of Yi Jianzhong's death, none of the big bosses in the 9th level of the law manifestation realm dared to have any ideas about him. Even those masters in the half-step of the celestial realm also restrained themselves. Without the threat of these people, those criminals were no longer a deterrent to him. Of course, Yi Shiwen could not take the initiative to find trouble with those masters in the half-step of the celestial realm or even the celestial realm. That would be courting death, and he would not do such a thing. As the saying goes, when there are difficulties, you have to face them. When there are no difficulties, you have to face them. In this half a year, Yi Shiwen was in the process of constantly creating difficulties, and this he finally reached a limit. His 1-year time limit in the law enforcement heavenly prison was up. He still had a lot of contribution points, but he did not intend to continue changing time, and directly left the law enforcement heavenly prison. Chapter 1262. After leaving the law enforcement heavenly prison, Yi Shiwen breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it was being chased in the early stage or the hardships he created for himself later, he couldn't slack off for even a minute in the law enforcement heavenly prison. He had to be tense at all times, and the moment he left the heavenly law enforcement prison, the atmosphere immediately changed, especially when the wind of spiritual energy blew in his face, making him feel as if all the meridians in his body were opened. In a place like the heavenly law enforcement prison, even the wind that blew was resentful, dry, and not suitable for survival at all. Yi Shiwen shouldn't be able to enter the law enforcement heavenly prison again in a short period of time because in the law enforcement heavenly prison, he was in the middle. It seemed that he couldn't find an opponent under the half-step celestial realm, but he couldn't compete with those above the half-step celestial realm. If this continued, the effect would be very limited no matter how much training. The guards at the gate were still the 4 terrifying elders. With Yi Shiwen's current vision, he still couldn't see through their specific cultivation, but it seemed that they were more tyrannical than Yi Jianshan. Seeing Yi Shiwen coming out, the 4 of them didn't even look at him, just like 4 stone statues. Yi Shiwen didn't stay for long. He took a step forward and transformed into a streamer of light. He left the law enforcement city and returned to the welcoming guest city. The welcoming guest city was undoubtedly a lot more desolate than it had been a year ago. Many foreign guests and experts of the branch families had already left the welcoming guest city after the centennial clan ceremony had passed. So it looked very desolate. Yi Shiwen returned to the courtyard of the Luoyia City branch family. As soon as he landed on the conveyance light, he was discovered by the sharp-eyed Yi Qiao. After a year, Yi Qiao finally crossed the threshold of the half-step transcendence realm and successfully crossed the transcendence realm. Compared to a year ago, she was completely different. Second brother, dad, third uncle, second brother is back. Hearing Yi Qiao's voice, at this time Yi Mao, Yi Kai, Yi Junhai, and Yi Zhenyan all jumped out of the room and saw Yi Shiwen standing in front of them intact. Everyone was a little excited. Although they hadn't seen each other for a year, everyone knew that Yi Shiwen had gone to the law enforcement heavenly prison. For them, the law enforcement heavenly prison was undoubtedly very dangerous. They could die tragically at any time. Even if Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and the others had the ability to enter the enforcer heavenly prison, they didn't dare to go in now because they could be killed at any time. They, who had just reached the transcendence realm, were the favorite targets of the sinners. They weren't strong, but they had a lot of wealth on them. After a year, Yi Kai, like Yi Qiao Qiao, had already stepped into the law manifestation realm. If he returned to the Luoya City branch family, his strength was enough to serve as the branch elder. After all, although he couldn't be compared with Yi Shiwen, who could be compared with Yi Shiwen? Yi Mao's improvement was even more obvious. He had already stepped into the transcendence, realm fourth heaven. In just 1 year, there was no doubt that the many resources he had obtained from the competition had helped him a lot in order to have such progress. Even the medicinal pellets that Yi Shiwen had obtained were given to Yi Mao and the others. This was the fundamental reason why the three of them had improved so much in just 1 year. Those geniuses, in addition to their own talents, had a very important point, which was that they had countless resources to cultivate. Good. It's good that you came back safely. Yi Junhai looked at Yi Shiwen kindly and said, "N." Yi Shiwen grinned and didn't say anything about his experience in the law enforcement heavenly prison, saying it would only make them more worried. Yi Junhai and the others didn't ask. Anyway, as long as he came back, the process was not important. Moreover, they felt more and more gratified in their hearts as they watched Yi Shiwen step by step towards greater glory. Yi Shiwen's strength continued to increase, and his bearing was full of confidence and vigor. In their eyes, he resembled their second brother very much. "It's good that you're back. Just in time. Come with me to pay respects to your parents," said Yi Zhenyan. "N." Yi Shiwen nodded. After Yi Shiwen returned, Yi Junhai's family, who had long been prepared, took Yi Shiwen all the way out of Guest City. Slowly, the traces of everyone's footsteps were getting farther and farther away, and they went directly into the core area of the Yi clan. Yi Shiwen was a little strange, because he felt that the oncoming spiritual energy wind actually contained demonic energy. Yes, he was sure that his feeling was not wrong. It was demonic energy. Even Yi Mo was alarmed. Even if he felt wrong, Yi Mo wouldn't be wrong. This old devil was the most sensitive to demonic energy. Although it was only slightly mixed with demonic energy, Yi Shiwen still felt it. Just when Yi Shiwen was feeling very puzzled, a huge crack appeared in front of him. It was located in the depths of the Yi clan. Countless mochi was gushing out from this crack, and in the sky above this huge crack, there were countless Zhen arrays suppressing the mochi from gushing out. What was in the depths seemed to be isolated by the power of the arrays. Even with Yi Shiwen's eyesight, he couldn't see through it. This was a passage to the devil domain. Yi Shiwen couldn't see the situation in the depths of this place. However, he had rich experience in confronting the devil race, so he immediately recognized it. He had encountered a lot of devil world channels like this in the true martial world. However, the scale of this channel was truly terrifying. It was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was, and it was also thousands of miles wide. Looking from afar, it seemed as if a huge devil had opened its bloody mouth to devour everything. If there was such a big crack in the true martial domain, then the true martial domain would be finished. The devil race that rushed out was enough to destroy the entire true martial domain. Generally, there were some small cracks, and they were often repaired by the law of space. However, he had never heard of such a big crack that could actually be maintained. Moreover, with such a big crack, he didn't know how many devil race would rush out from behind. How could the Yi clan defend it? The group did not continue to approach. There were too many tyrannical auras in that area, which made Yi Shiwen tremble with fear. When they were thousands of miles away from that area, Yi Junhai and the others stopped. On a hillside, they set up an incense table and a memorial tablet, and wrote the memorial tablets of his second brother, Yi Junshan, and his wife. Although Yi Shiwen was full of doubts, he still respectfully offered incense and kowtowed. In any case, his physical body was also the son of Yi Junshan. Moreover, as he stayed in this world for a long time, he gradually integrated into this identity. The various things in his previous life gradually became the past buried in his heart. Although he had not completely let it go, he was no longer obsessed with returning to Earth. Even if he went back, almost 200 years had passed. Even if he went back, things had already changed. Gradually, his identity was only this world's Yi Shiwen. Second brother, you have a successor. When is extraordinary and he has your style. Yi Junhai looked at the void, and he was a little dazed, as if he could see Yi Junshan in the void. If second brother knows it over there, he should be very pleased. Yi Zhenyan said with a sad expression, Yeah. Yi Junhai sighed and said, When this is the place where your parents died. We are separated in Loya City, so it is inconvenient for us to travel. You will definitely stay in the ancestral family to be nurtured. You can often come here to pay homage to your parents in the future. Yes. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said. His heart was full of doubts. What is this place? It looks like an extremely huge two-realm battlefield. But why is there such a huge battlefield in the Yi clan? It even leads directly to the demon realm. And why did my parents die here? But looking at Yi Junhai's appearance again, it seemed that he did not want to explain for him. As if seeing Yi Shiwen's doubts, Yi Junhai said, Aren't you a little strange? What is this place? This is actually the interior of our Yi clan, and also the core area of our Yi clan. It is also the foundation of our Yi clan. In fact, the reason why our Yi clan chose to establish our clan here is to suppress this two-realm passage. This two-realm passage is not big. Although the scale of the battlefield is not big, it also restrains the majority of our Yi clan's power. Not big. The corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth had the urge to twitch. Such a huge crack was actually not big. Then, how big would the real passageway between the two worlds be? However, he immediately reacted. He was still using the true martial domains standard to measure everything in the ancient Baron's continent. Comparing the true martial domain and the demon domain, it was like comparing a giant to a baby. To the true martial domain, the demon domain was an invincible existence. But for the ancient Baron's continent, the demon realm was just an opponent. Naturally, they viewed it differently. Moreover, the demon realm had never conquered the ancient Baron's continent. Yi Junhai didn't wait for Yi Shiwen to digest all of this. He continued, You've been wandering outside all year round, so you might not know this. In fact, there are many such passageways between the two realms in the hinterlands of the human race. These places are guarded by various major forces to prevent the demon race from escaping from these places and entering the ancient Baron's continent. Yi Shiwen nodded thoughtfully. Although these two-realm passages are not big, the demon realm is behind them after all. When the demon realm invaded the ancient Baron's continent, they left behind these passages that seem to be left behind by many demon gods. We can't eliminate them at all. We can't even heal them, naturally. They have not increased or decreased for countless years. Hence, we can only use a lot of manpower and resources to suppress them, said Yi Junhai. And these cracks also take up most of our clan's energy. Hence, we are quite weak when facing outsiders. The surrounding clans have also become more arrogant and domineering. Chapter 1263. Our human clan is known to live in the heart of the ancient wilderness and be the ruler of the world. However, we have our own difficulties. Even with the royal court's leadership, we can only do our best. Yi Junhai sighed and said, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt enlightened. He suddenly understood why the human clan was so weak to outsiders, even though they occupied the most prosperous area in the center of the ancient wilderness. Although the Yi family was quite tough on the Jiagu clan in Yi Shiwen's matter, it was only the Yi family, a behemoth among the human clan. Previously, when the unparalleled palace was bullied by the North Mountainling, they could only swallow their anger and watch helplessly as their people were raped and killed, but they could not take revenge. This was the sorrow of the weak. Weakness was the original sin. Being tied up by the demon realm made them unable to let go. It was useless to have strength. However, although this crack has involved a large number of our clan's experts, it has also nurtured a large number of experts for our clan. Many of our clan's unknown experts have fought their way out from it. Among them, there are even outstanding figures like the 5 hegemons. Yi Junhai said, "Uncle, I want to ask, how did my father die? Why did he die here? Why do the higher-ups seem to be so afraid of my father's death?" Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. It was not that he was very gossipy. After so many years of life, he had long taught him some truth. However, these things were related to his life. If he couldn't figure out these things, he might die a tragic death at any time. Yi Junhai's expression suddenly changed at this time. Yi Junhai's expression suddenly changed at this moment. He sighed and said, "All right, we brothers didn't plan to mention this matter at first. Although Mao, and Kai, Er's talents aren't bad, they aren't too amazing. Therefore, it wouldn't be difficult for them to live a peaceful life. However, you're different. Looking at you is like looking at my younger brother's resurrection. You're equally talented and equally amazing. There are some things you should know." At this time, Yi Mao, Yi Kai, and Yi Qiao Qiao also pricked up their ears. They knew that they had such an uncle since they were young. However, once this uncle was mentioned, their father would get angry, so they were actually very curious. Our family was not originally a branch family, but a branch of the main family. Your father was a famous genius in the main family. Just like you, he became famous all the way. Then one day, your third uncle and I were told that your father colluded with the demon clan and was later killed in this demon realm passage. Your third uncle and I were also implicated. We were expelled from the main family and demoted to a branch family, said Yi Junhai. Not only Yi Shiwen, even Yi Kai, Yi Qiao Qiao, and the rest had looks of astonishment on their faces. They didn't know that such a thing had actually happened. Originally, they were still members of the Zong clan. On the contrary, Yi Mao, because he was already quite old, he could already remember things. Your third uncle and I are not very clear about the specifics. We haven't even found the bodies of your parents. Over the years, we have been to the passage between the two worlds, but we haven't found the bodies. So every time we can only worship like this and set up a cenotaph in Loya City. Yi Shiwen frowned. After listening to this matter, not only did he not understand, but he was even more confused. His parents were reported to be dead, but there was no specific information. Colluding with the demon clan, even in the ancient Barons continent, was a capital crime. According to reason, even if he was a descendant outside, if Yi Junshan really colluded with the demon clan, he would be beheaded on the spot as soon as he returned to the Yi family. However, if he said that he wasn't, then Yi Junhai and Yi Junyan had been implicated by him and had been banished from the main family, becoming a branch family. Everything here was shrouded in mystery, causing him to be at a complete loss. It was fine if he didn't listen, but after listening, he became even more confused. Yi Junhai didn't intend to say much in this regard because he was also afraid that Yi Shiwen would impulsively seek revenge on those people. With Yi Shiwen's current strength, it was almost suicide. By the way, when you were not here, Yi Qianqian came to you? You even know Yi Qianqian. Yi Junhai looked at Yi Shiwen with some doubts. Even he had heard of Yi Qianqian's name, but he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen even knew Yi Qianqian. However, thinking that Yi Shiwen even knew Yi Shui, it was not surprising. What kind of person would associate with the same kind of circle? With Yi Shiwen's talent, he could make friends with these geniuses. However, they didn't know that Yi Shiwen and Yi Qianqian did not know each other in a conventional way. Did Yi Qianqian say what it was? Yi Shiwen said with some doubts. During the time he returned to the Yi family, he also heard that Yi Qianqian had already returned, but she seemed to be in close cultivation. He didn't expect her to find him at this time. She didn't say what it was. She just said that if you come out of the law enforcement heavenly prison, you should go find her. However, I think it may have something to do with Nan Batian, said Yi Junhai. Nan Batian? What does it have to do with him? Yi Shiwen frowned. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, There had always been a saying called the five hegemons. They were the five hegemons. Of course, this was not a name but a nickname. They were the figures who stood at the peak of the younger generation of the Yi family. These five people were said to be the peak experts of the celestial realm. These five people were the most favorable competitors for the future Yi family's clan master. Some people even said that one of them would definitely be the Yi family's clan master, and the remaining four would also be people with high positions in the Yi family. These five people had unparalleled prestige among the younger generation. Even many celestial realm elders sought refuge under their banner. This kind of power made Yi Shiwen gasp in amazement. For example, the Golden Jade Pavilion organized by Prince Jean and Prince, you could only attract Ninth Heaven Law Manifestation Realm Deacons, like Yi Jinzhong, to seek refuge. Half-step celestial realm experts would rarely seek refuge with them, let alone those celestial realm experts. Not to mention the Yi family. Even in the entire ancient Barrens continent, they were experts of a region. They would not be moved by others, let alone seek refuge with others. However, the five hegemons could do it. They could make these arrogant celestial realm experts seek refuge with them. Originally, the five hegemons were outside training and not in the family. Recently, Nanbatian returned, and he brought back a piece of important news. He and a few experts found a treasure house. It is said to be a treasure house passed down from ancient times. Now they each hold a key. He invited many experts of the Yi family to explore this treasure house together. Said Yi Junhai, "Treasure house." Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes. The ancient times were suddenly destroyed, and there were many relics or treasure houses left behind. This was not uncommon in the ancient Barrens continent. Youngsters nowadays are really amazing. There should be many precious treasures in this kind of treasure house. He is actually willing to invite people from the family to explore it together. It seems that in order to buy people's hearts, he is really willing to pay the cost, said Yi Junyan with a sigh. Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes. No wonder Nanbatian would invite people from the Yi family to search for treasures together. Normally, even if they found this kind of treasure house, they would choose to explore it themselves. No matter if it was an ancient treasure house or something else, they would choose to monopolize it. Compared to sharing it with others, monopolizing it was naturally the most rewarding. However, thinking about it this way, it made sense. So it was to buy people's hearts. If it was to buy people's hearts, then it was normal. Now, the competition between the five hegemons had reached a white-hot stage. When the time came, the person who wanted to inherit the position of the clan master would need to be strong enough. But the support of others was also very important. The more supporters one had, the greater the chance of reaching the top. Regarding this, the higher-ups should have a supportive attitude. After all, no matter how they tried to buy people's hearts, the Yi family as a whole would benefit. As long as the competition was controlled within a reasonable range, it would be beneficial to the Yi family. If it's this matter, you might as well agree. Although Nanbatian might take away most of the treasures, you will still gain a lot, said Yi Junyan. Since Nanbatian chose to use this treasure house to buy people's hearts, then he will definitely leave enough soup. Yi Shiwen listened and didn't express his opinion. Compared to this treasure house, he was more concerned about Yi Qianshan. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and he didn't know how she was doing. Was she still as cold and indifferent as before? As for the five hegemons, when he thought of their outstanding martial arts figures, his heart burned with the desire to fight. Compared to the five hegemons, the gap between him and the five hegemons was undoubtedly like the gap between an ant and a giant. However, this didn't mean that he would always be satisfied with this status quo. Regarding the five hegemons, many people wouldn't even have the thought of challenging them. However, this didn't include Yi Shiwen. The five hegemons were his next goal. As for Prince Jean and Prince Yu, they simply couldn't be compared to the five hegemons. Since Nanbatian has so generously invited us, then I will naturally go and have a look. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Yi Mao and the other two looked at Yi Shiwen with some envy. Although Nan Batian claimed to have invited everyone, in fact, not many people received the invitation. Only those outstanding geniuses from the younger generation were invited. Ordinary people simply didn't have the qualifications. However, you also have to be careful. This treasure house has been passed down since ancient times. I don't know how many mechanisms are hidden inside. I'm afraid that the danger inside is not much less than the law enforcement heavenly prison. You also have to be careful. If you can't do it, don't force yourself, said Yi Junhai. Compared to the harvest inside the treasure house, he was more worried about Yi Shiwen's safety. This was the only child of his second brother. He couldn't tolerate any loss. Don't worry. I have a sense of propriety in this regard, Yi Shiwen said with a confident smile. The confidence that he had gained from killing powerful enemies in the law enforcement heavenly prison made him look in high spirits and outstanding.